Hey y'all, I'm I-78. Happy Thursday. Welcome to the fourth and final night of the 2024 Democratic National Convention. Right now, we are taking a look at protests that have been taking place for the majority of the afternoon right outside the United Center where the convention is taking place. So let's see exactly what is going on and what is the, as we would call it, beef. Hi, Eric. How are you? Hey, Milani. How you doing? Now, this chick out here is crunk. She said, if you don't give me no justice, I damn sure ain't giving you no peace. They going hard. I am all right, sir. Hey, Goldberg, how are you? Thank you, Eric, for the super sticker. I appreciate your support. God, she done took it back. No justice, no peace.
We successfully pushed the races away from here, so we're all set.
Yeah, they got a lot going on. That's all I'm saying. This chick been crunk. That's all I'm gonna say. Hi, Linda. How are you? Welcome. Yeah, they going off. Hey, Alex. I've been in here entertaining. This child don't want to hear this. Oh, hell. Woo! She said we ain't gonna have no peace on stolen land, yo. They got time tonight. Oh Lord. Woo, honey, they calling names. They not having it. Wee, hey, Prime. Oh, hang on, y'all. Al Sharpton over inside this convention. We got to see what he talked about real quick. Hold on 1 second, and we come back and see because Chade is crunk over here. Hold on, we got to see what Al talked about. Oh, yeah, get some unbiased.
We fought hard for LGBTQ love.
Ah, shit. Soon as we turned on, here we go. Hey, Tia, how are you?
We fought hard for the right to choose, the right to education. We suffered and died and bled, went to jail to get the right to vote. We won't go back.
So let me get this straight. If you exercise your right to vote and vote for Trump, you going back? As a person, you gone back because you decided to vote for him?
So we must be committed, no matter how the Supreme Court tries to roll back on civil rights, no matter what
they roll back on
money
civil
they
rights.
have. We are here because others fought and suffered for us, and we
okay. So
tonight,
why you for sale, Al? Come on now. Why you for sale, sir?
This November, we will go forward to fulfill the promise of a just and fair nation. And let me say, as we transition, I'm a preacher. And in Psalms it says, weeping may endure for a night.
Man, we have heard that every night.
We've endured January 6th. We've endured conspiracy theories. We've endured lies and areas of darkness. But if we stay together,
we have endured y'all giving all our hard-earned money to the Ukraine,
Indian American. If we stay together, joy, 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 joy coming in the morning. I want to now, since I was a teenager, I was mentored by Reverend Jesse Jackson. And Reverend Jackson taught us to fight for what's right. And now I want to bring out some young men that I fought for. I referred to them then, they were known as the Central Park Five. Now they are the Exonerated Five. Raymond Santana, Kevin Richardson, Yusef Salam, Corey Weiss, the Exonerated Five.
We won't go back.
So why y'all letting them use y'all? I think one of them died, bro.
Good evening, people. My name is Kerry Washington. 35 years ago, my friends and I were in prison for a crime we did not commit. Our youth was stolen from us. Every day as we walked into courtroom, people screamed at us, threatened us because of Donald Trump. He spent $85,000 on a full-page ad in the New York Times, calling for our execution.
Yeah, based on the information that he had at the time, once y'all got out and got exonerated, he did apologize.
We were innocent kids, but we served a total of 41 years in prison.
I mean, Donald Trump didn't put you in prison.
Reverend Al Sharpton stood with us. Now, I'm proud to stand with him today. Vice President Kamala Harris has also.
Hell, if you'd been fucking around with her, you'd still be in prison.
I know she will do the same as president. Now prove that message.
I love these guys. These are my brothers. These are my brothers. Yes, indeed. America. I am Yusef Salam. A New York City councilman representing my hometown of Harlem. That's right. Man. Representing my hometown of Harlem, USA. And listen, as my friend Corey Wise just said, 45 wanted us unalive. He wanted us dead. Today we are exonerated because the actual perpetrator confessed and DNA proved it. That guy says he still stands by the original guilty verdict.
When he said it,
He dismisses the scientific evidence rather than admit he was wrong.
Yeah, he was the prosecutor. He didn't prosecute y'all.
And he never will.
He didn't prosecute y'all.
That man thinks that hate is the animating force in America. It is not. We have the constitutional right to vote. In fact, it is a human right. So let us use it. I want you to walk with us. I want you to march with us. I want you to vote with us. And together, and let me tell you, this is going to be so beautiful. And together on November 5th, we will usher in Kamala Harris and Tim Walz into the White House. So I want to do this.
What do you want?
When I say one day, I want you to say, see us. One day, one day, when they see us, America will finally say goodbye to that hateful man. We will say what I have said after 7 long years of wrongful incarceration. Free at last. Free at last. Free at last. Thank God Almighty, we are free at last. God bless you, and God bless the United States of America.
Hello, Turtle Man. Welcome back. Lonnie, I don't know, because last time I checked, Donald Trump ain't never been an attorney. So he didn't prosecute them. So why are we going through all of this? Shit, Kamala, the damn prosecutor that was locking up black men and had evidence and went presented to get them out.
Is built on justice, and people's lives, as we just heard, can be harmed when we fail to do justice. But Kamala Harris fights to do justice.
No, she don't.
No one knows that better than the prosecutors who fought alongside her. These are their stories.
What is this? SVU?
I'm Amy Resner. I
Hey,
was a
Culture, how you
colleague
doing?
in the courtroom when my friend Kamala tried one of her first cases and made the prosecutor's promise for the people.
You say, what about them illegals that
For
deleted that lady
Kamala,
in New York? Child, I ain't gonna talk
practicing
about that.
law was always about protecting the vulnerable and giving the victims a voice.
Oh, so there was
Women who were
allegations.
sexually
Okay.
assaulted, children
Thank you,
who were
Turtle Man. I
mistreated
appreciate your
and
support.
sexually abused. She helped them navigate their nightmares
Yeah,
and
child, they
demand
just here telling
justice
lies.
for their injuries. And she did it all with grit and grace, intelligence and heart. She was a remarkable prosecutor, and she will be
Well, why is
a
California in such
remarkable
shambles?
president.
Survivors of sexual assault struggle to be heard over the cacophony of voices
That's what I'm trying to figure out.
demeaning,
Why is California in such
discrediting,
shambles?
and vilifying them. When powerful offenders are allowed to manipulate public opinion by attacking their victims' credibility, all victims suffer. Those words are from the 2021 amicus brief filed by RAINN, the nation's largest anti-sexual violence organization, in the case of E. Jean Carroll versus Donald J. Trump. As a legislator and lifelong advocate against sexual violence, I urge all of us to stand together to support survivors, believe them,
Hey, Amanda,
and
how are
hold
you?
perpetrators accountable.
Hey, Chinaman. I don't know. Let me check on him real quick. I know he had surgery earlier today. So
I'm Lisa Madigan,
out of it.
former Attorney General of Illinois. I worked with Kamala Harris during the Great Recession to protect homeowners from foreclosure. As Attorney General of California, Kamala met thousands of people on the verge of losing their homes and their faith in the American dream. She demanded big banks provide mortgage relief to allow families to stay in their homes. She stood her ground, and together, we prevailed.
Yeah, he okay.
For as long as I have known her, Kamala Harris has always taken principled positions and never wavered. Thanks to Kamala's determination, countless Americans have a home they can call their own.
And I'm Mark Morial, civil rights leader and former mayor of New Orleans. In the 1970s, Donald Trump was sued for refusing to rent his apartments to African Americans. His employees were told, put those applications in a drawer and leave them there. It was straight up housing discrimination. It was racism. And
man, y'all, this all y'all always, y'all have nothing but racism all day, every day.
To build more housing, keep rent prices fair, and help more people own homes.
This is the market determine what's there.
You denied black people the American dream, and Kamala Harris is creating a future where
well, you know what black people used to do back in the day when it was something that, you know what I'm saying, white people wouldn't give us that we wanted. We created ourselves.
I'm Nathan Horns. In 2010, I went to college in California to pursue my dreams, but ended up with a nightmare. Corinthian Colleges was a predatory for-profit chain. They defrauded more than 500,000 students and burdened us with loans we could never repay.
Okay, so you didn't do no research before you decided to go there? Because I ain't never heard of it.
As Attorney General of California,
y'all ain't
she
victims.
stuck up for students.
I'm sorry.
She prosecuted Corinthian.
Y'all ain't victims.
And as vice president, she stuck with us. As we fought and we organized for debt relief, the Biden-Harris administration came in, canceled all Corinthian student debt, and gave us back our futures.
Because I'm going to tell y'all update about student loan debt when he gets through talking.
My name is Tristan Snell, and I prosecuted Trump University. I interviewed over 100 victims of Trump's fraud, a retired police sergeant, an Iraq veteran with PTSD, a mother caring for her son with special needs. They trusted Trump. They believed that he would teach them his secrets and make their American dreams come true.
He could have taught them his secrets if it wasn't for them. It wasn't for them. Y'all be killing me with this shit.
Some lost their life savings.
We want the fucking cheat code, and then when you don't fucking get it, now you got scammed.
Trump ripped off his biggest fans and made $5 million in profit.
That's all.
Kamala Harris fought scammers like him, and as
that's all. $5 million.
Continue
that
to
ain't
fight
shit to Trump.
For you, for us, for the people.
Oh, shit to him. $5 million. Hey, Amanda. Speak, yeah. Hold on, because I have to tell y'all something about student loan debt. So earlier in the program, when it first came on, they had this whole you know what I'm saying, single mama, oh, what was me ass story with this chick with these twins, and how, you know what I'm saying, they watched her, you know what I'm saying, go back to school, and then, you know what I'm saying, after she was damn near finished, oh, she realized she was gonna have all of this debt and all of this, and oh, how she applied for the program, and because she's a teacher, she got all of her student loans reversed. Now for those of y'all who know me, y'all know that my baby sister worked for NASA. She been working for the federal government in some form of capacity for the last 17 years. They ain't wiped off not one penny of her student loan debt, and it is not because she ain't tried. Not one, as old people would say, one red cent, not nothing. So then, as I was getting ready to come on here and talk to y'all, something popped up on my phone. Was talking about the Supreme Court pressed pause on all this student loan forgiveness, whatever this new I'm gonna find it and read y'all exactly what it is. Give me a sec. This look nasty. What is that? I'm gonna find it. Hold on, I gotta go back and find it. But yeah, ain't nobody getting no student loan. Ain't nobody getting no student loans wiped off. And damn sure not federal workers. Like I said, she got 17 in the game and they ain't wiped off not near coin.
Her hand on her shoulder and replied,
I know why a child
too.
had Elizabeth
I
up there, child. I was upset, Celine, with that.
That's what it means to be.
Yeah, you get your victim card coming in the door.
Kamala Harris fights for all Americans. She stays on offense and she wins. And I know that she'll fight with the same passion, the same determination as President of the United States. I can't wait to see her prosecute the case against Donald Trump on the debate stage in September.
I don't think that's what y'all want. Trust me.
We face a stark choice in this election. A felon and con man,
that might not go well,
or a dedicated prosecutor. The contrast between Donald Trump and Kamala Harris is clear. He obstructs justice. She upholds it. He swindles people. She serves them. He thinks he's above the law. She actually understands the law. That's what this election comes down to. One candidate who's out for himself, or Kamala Harris.
I don't understand how he out for himself. He'd be better off not trying to be president.
For the future of our nation. And tonight, we will prove.
This is what I'm talking about, Celine. She's sitting up here telling other people it's all right to be poor, and it's all right, you know what I'm saying? Not to, you know what I'm saying, have more than you do if she's sitting on $70 million. But I'm like, y'all dumb enough to listen to that foolishness. So shit, let us out. I'll be like, y'all stupid. You gonna let rich people tell you it's all right to be
survivor and advocate Courtney Baldwin.
Good evening, Chicago. I'm Courtney Baldwin. In 2013, I was sold for sex in cities across California by a trafficker who controlled every aspect of my life. During those dark moments,
I
held on to hope that one day I'd be seen as more than a victim, that I could pursue
y'all like
my
being
dreams.
But man, when did this take place? I hate that happened to you, but we need to know when this took place.
Justice. I didn't know it yet, but waiting for me on the other side were people who were fighting for survivors. One of them was Kamala Harris. As California's Attorney General, she fought Backpage.com, the website that let me and thousands of others be bought and sold.
Okay, all right.
She filed criminal charges against its owner that shut down the website for good. No one has ever done that. Vice President Harris is fearless, compassionate, and she still gives me hope. She's protected people like me her whole life, And I know she'll fight for us all as president. Thank you.
We have to wake up at 2 a.m. in the morning. It's the only way to beat the Phoenix heat. It's just like opening an oven. I work on the light rail. It's a good way to tackle the climate crisis, but the clock is ticking.
Hey, Bell, no.
Climate change is one of the greatest con jobs ever. All of this with the global
How are you
warming,
feeling?
a lot of it's a hoax. It's a hoax. Hurricane Barrel.
Yeah, you can get a job. Yeah. So you can get a job that you fully qualified for just because, you know what I'm saying, for a myriad of reasons.
It's happening right here, right now.
Here in Phoenix, the most consecutive 110 plus degree days in a row.
Trump is pouring gasoline on the fire.
He proceeded to solicit $1 billion from the fossil fuel companies because if elected, he would roll back environmental rules and repeal regulations.
Okay, it's hot as hell in Arizona, and that's Trump fault.
2025 agenda
Y'all
gives
be
tax
reaching.
breaks to big oil.
This
and
shit
completely
is
tramples
Trump
the middle
fault
class.
that it's hot in Arizona.
Trump would gut clean energy jobs like mine. This work gives us security and economic freedom. Trump would rip that away. Kamala Harris sees the future differently. She's a clean energy champion. She took on big oil that gouged Americans. Harris was the deciding vote that passed Democrats' epic clean energy investments. Kamala will fight for climate and clean energy policies that protect our health and hold big polluters accountable.
The clock is not just ticking, it is banging. And that is why President Biden and I made the largest climate investment in America's history. We are not going back.
I was raised to care for my community. That means
Okay, so has that money been paid out? Because you let me explain something, y'all. Allocation and payment are not the same thing. You can allocate money all day. Actually, paying it out is something different.
Please welcome former new.
So you coming up with a program that's supposed to give somebody $1 billion over 20 years when you ain't gonna be president them whole 20 years is pointless. You coming up with a program that's gonna give somebody $1 billion while you still in office. That's what makes a difference.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, Celine, they do that. Yeah, depending on where you're trying to work and what you're trying to do. Yeah, they check your social media.
Gawatsi Halpa, Duhinamet Etaktuitsa Shuimi Hanu. In my Karis language, greetings, friends and family. My name is Kresh Turquoise, and I'm from the Turquoise clan. 35 generations ago, my ancestors built lives in the high desert of New Mexico. I am on this stage tonight because of them. While fishing with my dad and running through the desert with my cousins, I learned that we have a responsibility to take care of our planet. Donald Trump never learned that lesson. He called the climate crisis a hoax. He made it easier for big companies to poison our air and water. An American president must lead the world in tackling climate change. We need a president who understands that assignment. That's Kamala Harris.
You still being poisoned today?
I know her record. She held polluters accountable for spilling oil into the San Francisco Bay. She defended President Obama's Clean Power Plan in court. And as vice president, she cast the tie-breaking vote for the most ambitious climate action plan in our nation's history. Kamala Harris and Tim Walz will fight for a future where we all have clean air, clean water, and healthy communities. to the lesson I learned in the desert Southwest. We all have a role in protecting our Earth for future generations. So let's all be fierce and let's make Kamala Harris the next president of the United States. Thank you all so much. Thank you. Thank you.
It's an election year, and both parties are battling to prove that they stand with workers. But sometimes, workers don't get the invite.
Do you know where the auto workers are?
I haven't seen anybody from the UAW.
Nobody from the UAW?
After we struggled to find any auto workers at Trump's Rally for Auto Workers, we hit the road to find out what Democrats have been up to.
The Inflation Reduction
Stop
Act
lying.
is
I
helping
just
for a
screened
boom in
the
clean energy.
Creating 9 million new
press
clean
conference
energy
in Raleigh
jobs
he
over the
did
next
with
10 years,
auto
once in a
unions.
generation
Stop telling that
investment.
lie.
I thought that American manufacturing was supposed to be dead. Here I am looking at one of the biggest auto mega plants being built. We talked to workers in
Okay,
Walz,
being built
Tennessee,
is not
who
in
joined the
production,
union for
sir.
the first time to build one of the largest battery plants in the country.
We have 20-year-old people thinking about their future. We never
Being built is not in
I got things now
production.
that I never thought I could have. Generational wealth. I'm working on that.
Sir, you're not gonna have generational wealth.
Something to fall back on when it's all over.
Dude, you working for got generational
We
wealth.
went to Vegas, where union workers are building America's first high-speed rail. To Lordstown, Ohio, where auto workers who lost their jobs under Trump returned to work at a new battery plant.
This could be the future. This could bring industry back to Lordstown. We saw it in its heyday, and here we are. We have the opportunity to make the battery.
And Milwaukee, where workers are replacing every lead pipe in the city.
It helps with the struggle. You don't have to struggle with 2-3 jobs. You know, you can maintain with one job. This is my own neighborhood.
This is your own neighborhood.
Yes. Makes me feel good because I'm giving back something.
It's easy for stories like these to get drowned out by fake worker rallies at non-union plants.
Does anybody know that there's a Donald Trump event just an hour away from here? Yes? No? No. Was anybody invited to it?
But over the last 4 years, only one party has invested trillions in clean energy, bringing back manufacturing and rebuilding infrastructure, putting workers at the center of it all. And this is just the start.
Please welcome John Russell.
Hello, America. Thank you to the workers that make this convention happen. Let's never forget how essential all of our labor is. I come from Appalachia. We kept the lights on in this country for generations. But the wealth made
Yeah, so
by
Oxy
our
came and
broken
decimated
backs
y'all.
and our black lungs
Y'all didn't know no
never
better.
did trickle down. And Washington listened to rich men demanding that we stick with dirty energy at any cost. Across the country, working class people are looking for a political home after years of both parties putting profit above people. Now, Trump, a billionaire, says that he'll take on the elites, but then he promises handouts to big oil, and he punches down at anyone with the guts to be different. But populism that insists we are too different to get along, is just divide and conquer by a different name. There's another sort of populism with roots in this party that we in West Virginia know well. They called us rednecks back in the 1920s.
Y'all still rednecks.
Because striking workers from all different races wore red bandanas around their necks as they fought and died for respect and a living wage. Their fight yesterday is our fight right now, right now. It is our choice to build on this progress and to create a political home for the mass of working Americans fighting for control over their government, their workplaces, and their planet. and it is our moment to live up to. Let's get after it. Thank you very much.
Okay, so did nobody tell them that AI was coming? I mean, at some point, you got to pick up new skills. You can't continue to do the same thing and think you're going to continue to be prosperous. So, I mean, shit, if y'all ain't figured out how to do something besides shovel coal, at this point, that's on y'all.
Kamala Harris showed up.
Shit.
She came to highlight our initiatives because she believes in us.
Last year, my dad retired after spending more than 30 years working at one of our country's most polluting power plants. Donald Trump doesn't care about people like my dad. I know Vice President Harris will put working families ahead of big oil billionaires.
Kamala Harris approaches climate policy through the eyes of future generations like mine.
As new voters and as new leaders, I'm excited to join Harris in the fight for our future.
Please welcome Florida Representative Maxwell Frost.
I'm Maxwell Alejandro Frost, and I'm proud to be the first member of my generation in Congress. I'm also proud to represent Central Florida. You might expect me to talk about how climate change will impact our future, but as a Floridian, as a Florida man, I'm here to tell you that the climate crisis isn't some far-off threat. It is here. Donald Trump and J.D. Vance think they can divide us by saying this crisis is some type of hoax. But I've walked the streets of communities that have been forced to rebuild after hurricane flooding destroyed their homes. I've heard the stories of immigrant farm workers made to work in horrid conditions exacerbated by this crisis. And I felt the scorching record heat and know that climate change can sometimes feel like an unstoppable force. But with our movement and with organizing and an administration that cares, we are making progress. Kamala Harris and Joe Biden have proven that tackling this crisis creates jobs, that investing in clean energy protects our health, and that investing in mass public transit builds strong communities. And we must always remember that peace is essential to our climate and war destroys our environment. This election,
yeah, we in how many wars we in right now?
Every drop of water that we consume and every breath we breathe. Fighting the climate crisis is patriotic. And unlike Donald Trump, our patriotism is more than some damn slogan on a hat. It's about actually giving a damn about the people who live in this country. Because when you love somebody, you want them to have clean air. When you love somebody, you want them to have safe drinking water. And when you love somebody, you want them to have a dignified job.
Like y'all said, go to Planned Parenthood, so you don't have to worry about loving nobody. Because ain't nobody gonna be around to love because you done got rid of them.
For our planet, for our future, for our present, and for our people. God bless.
Ladies and gentlemen, if y'all are ready to send Madam Vice President and keep her in the White House, let me hear you make some noise! All I do is win, no matter what. Got money in my mind, I can never get it up. And every time I hit the building, everybody's hands go. Let me see.
Nobody saw no back here.
And they say yeah, 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 and they say yeah. I want to hear you nice and loud, Chicago. Are there any union workers here today? Make some noise. Are there any teachers in this building? Make some noise. Now everybody hands up. Whoa. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I'm DJ Metro. We'll be back for more.
What's up, everybody? Stephen Curry here. I know you all know I played for the Golden State Warriors, but man, what a great honor it was to represent Team USA and go out there and win that gold medal at the Olympics this summer. And that unity on and off the court reminded us all that together, we can do
Y'all
all
just ain't
things
about
and
no
continue
damn
to inspire the
masculinity.
world.
None.
That's why I believe that Kamala, as president, could bring that unity back and continue to move our country forward. This is about preserving hope and belief in our country.
Go with that hope shit.
Making sure families can be taken care of during their most precious times. I got to visit Kamala with my team in the White House last year, and I can tell you one thing I knew then, and I definitely know now. The Oval Office suits her well. So in the words of Michelle Obama, do something. Go vote. Be active. Let's show out in November like never before. It's been an honor for me to represent our country. It's an honor to support Kamala. So let's all do our part. God bless.
Please welcome Democratic nominee for U.S. Congress in Alabama, Shamari Figures.
These damn tender ass names y'all be giving these dudes.
Good evening, America. And hello, sweet home Alabama. I am running for Alabama's 2nd Congressional District. This is the district that gave America the Tuskegee Airmen, Rosa Parks, Fred Gray, and it is the birthplace of the civil rights movement in Montgomery, Alabama. And of course, this district is home to Mr. Good Trouble himself, Congressman John Lewis. Look, my pathway to this stage was paved by a legacy of fighters. Fighters that include my mother, Alabama State Senator Vivian Davis Figures, who is here at her 11th DNC. And it also includes my father, my late father, Michael Figures, who was also a
Mike
state
let you
senator
down by letting her
and
name
civil rights
down.
warrior who sued the Klan into bankruptcy. Listen, all of America, all of us owe a debt to courageous freedom fighters, both known and unknown, a debt that can never be repaid. But what we can do is ensure that the work of those fighters who came before us continues, and that our sacred right to vote is always protected. Kamala Harris gets this. She's working to protect our freedoms every single day. And that's why she will sign into law the John Robert Lewis Voting Rights Act once it is introduced again by Congresswoman Terry Sewell. Listen, America, a California poet named Kendrick Lamar recently reminded us that sometimes we gotta pop out and show up. Well, America, it's time we pop out and vote. It's time we pop out from California to Alabama and all across America, and we show them that we are not going back. We are going forward, and we are going forward with Kamala Harris as the next president of the United States of America. Thank you. God bless you. Roll Tide. Let's go win this thing.
I don't know. Damn quoting damn Kendrick Lamar. Like, are y'all fucking serious? Yeah, they serious. That's the problem. They serious.
As I close out my segment tonight, I got to send a quick message. Madrecita querida, I love you. Kamala Harris and Tim Walz understand what everyday Americans are going through because unlike Donald Trump, they actually grew up in families where
Here they go again, man, because that man grew up with money.
Everything was earned and nothing was handed to them. Our next speaker knows something about that too. Please welcome my dear friend, our fellow Texan, our next senator, Representative Colin Allred.
Oh no, not the Brussels sprouts. Oh no.
All right.
Nigga, they in here talking crazy as hell. Ain't none of y'all up. Well, no,
Hey, everybody. I'm calling all red.
Thought having money was part of the American dream. So we mad that this man, you live in the American dream.
And this November, I'm going to beat Ted Cruz.
Okay.
And I'm so proud to be here to support our next president, Kamala Harris.
No.
I was raised by a single mom.
Of course you
were. I was
were.
a public school teacher.
Of course.
Often worked 2 jobs to make ends meet.
Oh, who can't teach?
So when we talk about lowering costs, I think about the times when we went to the grocery store when I was
You
growing
say,
up.
honestly, this conversation has moved the needle a little more to the right for me as a libertarian.
My mom and my community in Texas gave me a chance to chase my version of the American dream. I played football at Baylor and in the NFL.
But what's the problem,
before
sir?
Becoming a civil rights lawyer, representing my hometown in Congress.
So what's your problem?
Now I'm the guy who's going to turn Texas's Senate seat blue.
This victimhood is too damn much for me. Y'all been making the same bad decisions for 40 years. The Nash Donald Trump.
For guys like Donald Trump and my opponent Ted Cruz. Me guys. You know the type. Talk a big game, only care about themselves, but you don't want to be stuck with them at a barbecue. The truth is, America has never been about me. As President Obama said, the single most powerful word in our democracy is the word we. We the people. We shall overcome. Yes, we can. And we've got a message for the me guys. We is more powerful than me. We will protect and restore reproductive freedom. We will secure the border. We'll protect Medicare and Social Security. And we'll turn the page and write a new chapter for this country.
Yeah, folks, he's having a press conference tomorrow.
Thank y'all
He's
so much.
suspending his campaign. He ain't
God bless Texas.
shutting it down. He's just suspending it. But yeah, he's gonna have a press conference tomorrow.
I'm Anya Cook. This is my husband, Derek, and our daughter, Anaya. 2 years ago, a miscarriage nearly killed me. At 16 weeks, my doctors told me to prepare for a stillbirth. I needed care. But my state's abortion restrictions kept it from
Okay,
me.
remember, stillbirth and an abortion are not the same thing.
I'll never forget my husband's face.
That's why
as
they
he
said
tried to stop
prepare
the bleeding,
for stillborn.
trying to do what doctors should have been doing. When I reached the hospital, I'd lost nearly half the blood in my body. I can't change the past, but we can choose a different future.
That's exactly what that is, Tucker. The same old bullshit story. I don't want to go through this any longer than than possible. Just give me the abortion so I ain't got to deal with it.
And this is my mother, Gladys. My brother was a U.S. Capitol Police officer, Brian Sicknick, a hero who died after defending our country on January 6th.
That was his job, wasn't it?
My family knows how dangerous Trump is. He incited the crowd. Well, their brother
I think it's right here. Them little bit of people. Trump ain't no more powerful than that. But now he King Kong. What y'all tell it?
Not an autocrat who was stuck in the past.
Hell, if he was as big as y'all say he was, he'd had 1 million people out there on January 6th. Come on. I need y'all to figure out which one it's gonna be.
I'm Gail DeBoer. I've had type 1 diabetes since I was 11.
Okay.
Stressing about insulin cost has been a constant in my life. President Biden and Vice President Harris have moved mountains to help. Medicare can finally negotiate prescription drug prices.
Damn, you gonna cut the bullshit. You in your 50s easy. And you tell me you had that for 4 decades, and you trying to tell me insulin just got expensive? Cut the bullshit.
$35 for Medicare recipients.
You gonna stop them lies, ma'am.
And when elected,
Drugs
Kamala
was cheap as
Harris
hell under
plans
Clinton.
to
You gonna
extend
stop
that
these
cap
lies.
to the rest of
It
us.
wasn't that bad under Bush.
That's the future I want. That's the future I am voting for.
You are full of BS, ma'am.
I'm Wani Romero, owner and CEO of Mothership Coffee in Las Vegas. I put in work to build my business. When COVID hit, this administration's support kept us moving. I hired staff and we grew. We've more than doubled in size since the pandemic, and it's just not
It ain't vital for
us.
society.
Over the last 4 years, 19 million new business applications have been filed. Like Trump, I grew up in Queens, but unlike him, I built my business with grit.
He built his business through his daddy gave him the money. He still had to put in the work. Y'all, stop being mad because that man got money.
I'm Eric Fitz, and these are my sons, Christian and Carter.
You're being mad because that man got money.
I always try to set an example for my boys, to teach them compassion, accountability, and resilience.
But why
I
y'all
want
there?
those values to be reflected in our leaders. I don't want to have to turn off the TV because our president is lobbing insults or telling lies. I'm tired of all of the hate.
You gonna ride with the folks who ain't
It's time
said
to
that
move
positive
forward
about your kind all
together
fucking week.
and build a country our kids can be proud of.
This is why we stay in trouble, guys. Spoken positively about your kind all fucking week, offered you nothing, thought about your ass at all. And you up on here, yeah, we got to ride with it. I bet them kids ain't feeling it. They probably like they might have a little bit of common sense.
Please welcome the Bulls official drumline, Chicago's own Pack Drumline.
No more entertainment, no policy. Okay. Yeah, yeah. Go ahead, clown. That man aborted, yo. Listen, y'all. Trump was at the border today. We'll go through that in the morning. Y'all, this shit out of order. Straight out of order. Mm-hmm. Yeah, we got a damn basketball halftime show.
Party's not over, Chicago!
I shouldn't be there at a party.
What I want to see is those flags and those hands up in the air. Help me sing it out nice and loud. Y'all ready to get down and party with me one time? DNC say.
A lot of people don't know who that is. Through the window. Yeah, some people don't know about that shit. Oh, what? Because we used to party. Listen. Yes.
So many pretty girls around me and they're waking up. Keep up. Why you mad? Fix your face. Ain't my fault they all be just keep up. Players on there.
That is crazy. Yeah, I'm gonna have to edit it out later, something.
Say. Nice and loud.
I know. I watch people that first that Beyonce doing that shit neither, dude. He's stressing out.
One more time, nice and loud.
Now you might be good somewhere.
If you've been with me all 4 days, let me see you make some noise right now. And if this is your first convention, let me One more time, make some noise if you're having a great time with me in Chicago.
Heaven knocking on the door that holds the throne. Heaven looking for the map that leads me home.
Absolutely, Death Note. They just filling in the gaps when they should be talking about some policy, some action that's gonna be going on. They're here trying to party.
And we say, we take care of them. One more, wait.
And in the midst of
Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you enjoyed yourself with me. My name is DJ Metro from Chicago. Thank you for having me. Here we go. Knock me out. Superhighway, coast to coast, easy to get anywhere. On the transcontinental overload, just slap behind the wheel. How does it feel?
Didn't we just do this? Was it yesterday? It was the day before. My bad, the day before. Living in America. Hey, Jimmy. You ain't missed nothing. We've been doing this about an hour. Celebration. Yeah. Yeah, we ain't talking about no policy, no procedures, no what we gonna do when we get to the White House. This has been this right here. And be mad at Trump with his family work. Daddy dead and gone. They still mad and he him.
Keep you away on black coffee and a high road. But everybody's
Child, yeah, they got Karens of all ages up in the stock culture. Ain't nobody left out.
Please stand if you are able and welcome winners of 13 Grammy Awards and the biggest selling U.S. female group of all time, the Chicks.
Y'all like the Dixie Chicks no more?
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early
Might as well be. Everybody else been here.
so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes
Natalie, you sit up in here. We don't see Adrian with you though. We ain't feeling none of this nonsense. We don't see Adrian with you now, none at all.
hearts we washed were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave?
Yeah, they out of practice, Eric. We haven't seen them in down for a decade. One of the Dixie Chicks was the shit back in the 90s or the early 2000s.
And the hope of the
Hey, MC. Wow, he's a dog. Yeah, no, that's not Wilson Phillips. That's the Institute.
Please welcome Kerry Washington.
Welcome to the final night of the Democratic National Convention. The last 3 nights have been extraordinary, and
Child, they
tonight
have been a
we
big
hear
ass
from our
party.
next
And
president,
we do not know
Kamala
any more
Harris.
on night 4 than we knew on night 1.
Now, as I stand here, I know that there are folks on social media already saying, go back to your TV show, shut up and act. But I am not here tonight as an actor. I am here as a mother, as a daughter, as a proud union member.
Didn't y'all just get back to work when y'all on strike under these motherfuckers' watch?
As a black woman descended from enslaved people. I am here tonight because I am an American and because I am a voter and because we, the people, are stronger when all
this
our
got through
voices are
striking.
heard. Look, I know that I am the one standing on this stage, but I am not the lead character in this story. You are. All of you are the messengers. You are the
She lives in
fixers.
California.
Dare I say
You
it,
had
you
to know
are
this
the
was
Olivia
coming.
Pope.
I mean, I knew she was coming out the night 2 days ago.
You are the superheroes saving this democracy. It is you, not me, who have the greatest power to convince your loved ones to vote. So, just like Michelle Obama told us, let's do something. Let's make a video. Everybody take out your phones. Everybody take out your phones. We're going to make a moment. Can somebody bring me my phone? I want to capture
You
this
talking about I'm
historic moment
devastated. I
and
can't go
share it
on.
with
I
the
need
people
another
that
plate
we
of real.
love.
Listen, real sound good. I'm a Kerry child. He betrays you. Listen. I don't know why you didn't know. I'm sorry. I wish I could have prepared you.
We're going to take this video, guys. We're all going to take it together. We're going to post it to social media, text your friends,
Yeah,
send
bed
this
mention.
message out into the world. When I
Yeah.
say when we fight, you're going to say...
And her husband African. So where is Nambi at? This shit. I
Yeah,
know
let's
he like,
record.
you know what?
We're recording. You ready, Tony?
Yep, I'm ready.
Okay, ready?
She
When
better be
we
getting a check for this shit.
When we
He's like, I ain't gotta do all this for my NFL pension money.
When we fight, are you ready for Kamala Harris to win?
Like, I don't have to go through these changes for my pension.
Wins. We did it! We did it, Joe! Thank you, Tony.
I don't get to stay?
No, you gotta go.
I'm sorry,
everybody.
Culture.
Tony
But yeah.
Goldwyn, ladies and gentlemen!
Yeah.
Okay, so listen. It's
I
come
think
to
she's
my
hosting for the rest of the
attention
night.
that there are some folks who struggle or pretend to struggle with the proper pronunciation of our future president's name. So, hear me out. Confusion is understandable. Disrespect is not. So tonight, we are going to help everyone get it right. Here to help me are some very special guests. Thank you, ladies. Can you tell
So why
us
she out here
names?
looking like a whole
Hello,
man?
everybody. My name's Amara. And my name is Leela, her little sister.
And what are you here to do?
To teach you how to say your auntie's name.
Why she looking like a whole damn dude?
So how do you pronounce it?
First, you say comma like a comma in a sentence. Then you say la like la 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 la.
Put it together and it's 1, 2, 3, Kamala. All right, so let's practice. Let's practice.
Everybody over here, say comma. Everybody over here, say la.
Together.
Yeah, he African, so yeah, we're gonna let that ride.
For president.
But it's just messed up that black people. I mean, cause she did stuff before scandal and after scandal. But that's the only thing niggas want to talk about scandal. And hell, I was mad when it goes to India and she ain't get with Fitz. I'm like, you did all of that shit and get with the man. That's the part that pissed me off.
Hi.
Like, y'all these damn outfits
I'm Mina.
trash.
I'm Ella. And I'm Helena. I grew up in Oakland, California, in a house full of extraordinary women. My mom, my grandma, and my auntie, who showed me the meaning of service, helping her sister, a 17-year-old single mom, fighting for justice for the American people, and still cooking Sunday family dinner. She guided me, now she's guiding my own children, and I know she'll guide our country forward.
Kamala came into my life when I was 14.
This is the part gonna piss
Famously
me
a
off.
very
It's
easy
gonna be the
time for a
second night for
teenager.
this.
Like a lot of young people, I didn't always understand what I was feeling.
Well,
But
you
no
know what?
matter
Definitely,
Kamala
these
was
are
there for
her
me.
nieces.
She was patient,
But the one on the
caring,
end is her
and
real
always
niece
took
because
me
that's her
seriously.
sister daughter,
She's
and she
never
gonna
stopped
say the
listening to
least, just
me,
like her
and
sister's
she's not
son
gonna stop
said the
listening
least
to all of
yesterday when the
us.
nephews came out. That's the part pissing me off. The hell, the black motherfuckers can't do no talking.
Kamala Harris is my godmother. To me, her advice means everything.
That's the part I'm not feeling.
Whether it's pursuing my passions, making an impact, or finding hope when the world doesn't feel so hopeful. She taught me that making a difference means giving your whole heart and taking action.
She's fighting for economic
Those
opportunity,
people gonna get plenty time to
LGBTQ
talk.
plus equality,
Plenty time
and
to talk.
reproductive freedom, because we are not going back.
She's fighting for social justice, health justice, environmental justice. And she isn't alone. We're all in this fight together.
So let's keep up the fight. Let's keep up the joy.
And let's elect this extraordinary woman as our next president.
Wow, I no longer love her. That's what we doing. Culture, you going through something.
Please welcome actor and comedian D.L. Hughley.
Yeah, I know I don't want to hear this shit. Whatever. Let me continue on with what I'm doing. So my lines is clear. Honey, I can't.
Hey now, hey Chicago, how y'all doing?
I can't do it.
What's happening, California? No, wait.
I mean, Benigro, like, you still ain't helping you. Like, you ain't got no bigger.
You know what? In 3 months, ain't gonna be no living with y'all.
It sure ain't.
I can tell you this. I don't blame Donald Trump for not wanting to debate Kamala. I've been married to a black woman for 40 years, and I ain't won one debate.
Okay, well, she ain't black, so what you
I'm
talking about?
owing 93,000. Now, of course, Trump is saying that Kamala isn't black. I guarantee you this, Kamala's been black a lot longer than Trump's been a Republican.
No. Steve ain't been on yet.
And if he keeps sliding in the polls the way he is, the only way he can keep Kamala out of the White House is if he buys it and refuses to rent it to her.
I thought you had something to say, DL.
Of course, Kamala's getting broad support. They got black men for Kamala, white men for Kamala, Latinos and Asians for Kamala. They even have Republicans for Kamala.
And it's Democrats for Trump. So what you saying?
Republicans for Kamala. I guess Donald Trump will finally know what it's like.
Yeah, he is not sliding in the polls. It's really not. But, you know, that makes him feel better. Because he a cornball. He a cornball coon. And he there for entertainment purposes. Because that's all this has been.
Knows the truth about the American dream.
Entertainment.
That hard work is not enough. Hard work alone is not enough to succeed. That you need access.
Really? Because now Michelle said that it was
an opportunity, and she knows that some folks.
Now Michelle said hard work was enough, and
as president, she will give each and every one of us a fair shot in life. But I have to admit, I didn't always believe that. I mean, if you told me the 15-year-old me would be on stage supporting a prosecutor and a teacher, there is no way that I would have believed you. But because of that, I made assumptions about Kamala's record. And I often repeated them to a lot of people. Then one day, Kamala invited me to her house. Bro. She put her hand on my shoulder and she asked me to do some research. Something I had never done. Something a lot of people I know had never done before.
They scared as hell.
Imagine attacking someone's character without a single Google search.
Please tell me Google ain't all you using for your information,
So
sir. That's a whole problem.
In the first place, I learned that she had done for us exactly what she promised to. I believe that your apology should be as loud as your accusation, and I'm here apologizing in front of the whole damn world. I am. I was wrong. I was
Look,
wrong.
bro.
And I'm so very glad I was wrong because, Kamala, you give me hope for the future, a future where my grandchildren, Nola and Stevie, had the freedom to control their own bodies.
They
Where
got the
have
freedom to control their own
opportunity
bodies?
to go
Yeah.
as far as their wits and their talents would take them. That future, ladies and gentlemen, is possible, but only if we elect Kamala Harris as the 47th President of the United States of America.
This is what trips me out. Y'all do know, y'all talking about your grandchildren and your great-grandchildren and all that. You know there's going to be a 48th and a 49th and a 50th and a 51st and a 52nd president. And they ain't all going to be the same damn person.
What you will do, just know what you want. And we
The hell do y'all be talking about? About some damn Google. I can't. Intelligent people know you can't use. You can't even use Google to cite your questions in research papers if you at a real university.
You can feel it everywhere, all over the country. In the coming weeks, I want us to find ways to maintain this energy and this joy and this commitment, because there will be days when the work ahead seems impossible. And when that happens, I know what I do. I get involved, I get engaged, I ask myself, how can I be of service to my community? Because community is why we do this, am I right? Yes, we do this for our children, for our parents, for our teachers and care workers who treat our loved ones like their own. We do this for working families who make this country thrive. We do this for the planet and for each other. We do this for justice and for peace and for democracy. And as we
nothing about what we got going on right here is democracy.
For the safety
there was
of
zero
our
vote. Yes. 0 vote. So where's the democracy?
Please welcome Genesee County, Michigan Sheriff Chris Swanson.
My job is to protect people, all people. In 2020, righteous anger spilled over into the streets of Flint, Michigan.
Thank you.
One bad decision from either side,
you can't
and there would have been bloodshed.
Google.
But that didn't happen. We
Especially when Google
and we embraced
had to come out, even though they called it a software glitch, admitted that they've been scrubbing Trump.
On January 6th, the opposite occurred. That day was paved with division, deceit,
them little bit of people, that don't even represent a percent of the damn population of America. Let's stop this. Let's stop the foolishness.
We need a
that
leader
shit don't even represent
who
a percent.
embody what's affixed to all three sides of my sheriff patrol cars: protect, serve, and unify. Kamala Harris is that leader.
This is the part that gets to me.
As a prosecutor,
why y'all always looking for somebody to unify you? Unify your damn self.
Behind bars. If I was in a courtroom, she's exactly the tough prosecutor that I'd want to see. As vice president, she served America by keeping us safer.
Shoot.
And I can testify firsthand, where I come from, crime is down and police funding is up.
Oh, crime ain't down over here, bro.
As president, Kamala Harris will unify our country. She will bring us together, because our country needs
crime
a
ain't
leader
even down
who
around
will go
here.
toe-to-toe with drug cartels and bullies.
Man, we got crazy ass crime going on. Crime that don't even make no sense.
One who has already taken the oath, raised her right hand to advocate for the people. I can tell you, in 2020, we were able to turn a protest into a peaceful movement by walking together.
A protest ain't always not peaceful.
One
We
community
need to stop that.
and one country.
What y'all doing about the protests going on outside? For those of y'all who've been here since the beginning, when I came on, I was streaming the protests that's going on outside.
and let's
the
elect
United Center where
Kamala
they are?
Harris
What y'all doing about that?
and turn hate into hope yet again. Thank you.
We were contemplating adopting, and then out of nowhere, I got pregnant. Jordan was so
That's usually
much
how it
fun
happens.
as a child.
When all of a sudden,
Oh my God, somebody's shooting.
3 of those rounds he aimed at Jordan. Jordan didn't deserve to die that way.
Reports of an
Was he an
active
illegal?
shooter at a high school.
These students have now lived through so many of these shootings since they were born almost.
We were praying and crying. I don't know how we're alive.
An active shooter at an elementary school in Uvalde, Texas. Multiple children have been killed.
Most of the body's so mutilated that only DNA test or green Converse could identify.
Trump did nothing on guns and was proud of it.
I mean, what is he supposed to do? How is the government
Mass shooting in Iowa.
gonna
Trump
stop
said,
somebody from shooting somebody?
I have to get over it.
If that's what they decided they wanted to do.
Never get over it. Kamala Harris and Joe Biden refused to get over it. As district attorney,
That's what I'm trying to figure out. How does that work?
The street. As Attorney General,
If they
she
legally
took on
purchasing guns.
transnational crime rings and stopped gun trafficking. As Vice President, she helped pass the most sweeping gun violence legislation in 3 decades, keeping guns out of the hands of criminals, expanding background checks, closing loopholes.
We'll finally pass red flag laws, universal background checks, and an
Right, because most of these people passing background checks when they buying these guns. So what are we talking about?
The power is with the people.
And gives people like
Yeah,
me
yeah, child, yeah. You had to have your ID to get up in there. But you don't need ID to vote. Gotta love it.
When I worked for Every Town
Please
for Gun
welcome
Safety,
Georgia Representative Lucy McBath.
And the man who shot her son, his gun was purchased
for
legally.
gun safety, and moms demand
I
action
don't
for
understand.
gun sense in America. I saw firsthand the power of telling our stories.
So
You
now, unless
just
y'all
heard mine.
proposing something else,
There are
you
many
gotta
more to
like
tell.
a psychiatric evaluation. What are we talking about?
On December 14th, 2012, I walked into Sandy Hook School. I stopped at the office, chatted with my principal, then started my day with my second graders. Suddenly, a loud crash, like metal folding chairs falling.
That was the day before my grandma died.
154 gunshots blaring. Hiding in the coats, trying to sing with my students, trying to read to them, trying to drown out the sounds. Terror, crying, running. I carry that horrific day with me. 20 beautiful first grade children and 6 of my beautiful colleagues were killed. They should still be here.
They should, but he decided to come in there and shoot them. The gun didn't just show up and start going off.
It's 10:30 a.m. at Robb Elementary in Uvalde. The school is recognizing my 10-year-old daughter, Lexi, for receiving all A's. She receives a Good Citizen Award, and we pose for photos. She wears a St. Mary's sweatshirt and a smile that lights up the room. 30 minutes later, a gunman murders her, 18 classmates, and 2 teachers. We are taken to a private room where police tell us she isn't coming home. Uvalde is national news. Parents everywhere reach for their
And
children.
that gun was purchased legally.
I reach
by
out for
his
the
parents.
daughter I will never hold again.
So again, what this got to do with the gun? I'm just saying, like, I understand you're saying you in your grief, you want to hold, somebody accountable. But like at this point, it's been a minute for all of these shootings. Y'all, the common sense should have been kicked in by now.
She drove to Myrtle Beach for sun and fun and motorcycle parades. Hours later, my phone rang.
Okay, listen, I'm in North Carolina, so I know all about bike rally. That's all the hell they do down there is fight, shoot, fuck. That's all be happening.
My mother, Patricia,
all this fun and fun. That wasn't
had been shot and killed by an abusive partner. I was calm then too. I got to handling business. I called relatives, the police, hospitals, and I kept calling, voice steady, heartbeat pulsing. Then I was connected to the coroner.
Oh, shit. My mama
10
don't call.
years
My
of
mama show up.
waiting,
Fuck y'all
and
talking about.
Sandy's murder is still unsolved. I'll keep calling, and I'll keep fighting.
Yeah, no, my mama don't call. My mama show up. Y'all wrong for this, Granny. Y'all wrong. Again, the guns didn't just start going off.
I was in high school when my classmate got shot. It changed my story. Instead of worrying about taking a test, I started worrying about living to take another test. They say schools are for learning, and I did learn a lot that day. I learned how to run, how to hide and drop, that what happens in the news can happen to me. But I learned something else too, that we can write and must write a new story if we choose to.
Listen, just because he got nuts, his story just as powerful, I guess.
Our are stories of loss. But make no mistake, our losses do not weaken us. They strengthen our resolve. We will secure safer futures that we all deserve. We will organize. We will advocate. We will run for office.
You want to talk about unalive and about the illegal for the same thing just last week? Oh no, we can't do that.
To keep our
Can't
communities
do that.
safe.
That don't. That's not pushing the narrative. We can't talk about Jose and them cutting a fool in the street.
Leaders like Kamala Harris.
Nah, we ain't finna do that.
Who won't just
I'm tired of all y'all in this blonde hair. Damn. I'm over it.
Please welcome former Arizona Representative Gabby Giffords.
Y'all gotta stop her. Hell, she got shot with a legal gun. I need y'all to quit playing. So go get you a plate and come back. That's what you should do, Turtle Man. Yeah. Yeah, ain't no masculine men been nowhere in this death note. Nowhere.
I'm Gabby
I was born in the great state of Arizona.
And then he walked up on her and shot her. So I'm still confused about how this is done.
Racing motorcycles, mucking
Literally.
stalls, and exploring the beautiful desert. I fell for an astronaut. For 5 years, I served in Congress from a swing district. Everybody called me a rising star. Then on January 8th, 2011, a man tried to assassinate me. He shot 19 people. He killed 6. Terrible, terrible day. I almost died, but I fought for my life and I survived.
Yes, remember. Yeah, listen, Mary Jo. I mean, listen. You about to get shot in their damn head because your husband ain't got no dick control and you don't leave. I don't know what to tell you.
One word at a time. So many
I don't know what to
people
tell you.
helped me as I worked hard to recover, including a decent man for Delaware who always checked in. He still does. Thank you, Joe Biden. Thank you for everything.
Now y'all should have done like old girl
is a
right
great
here.
president.
Y'all let
My
teleprompter
friend
been struggling.
will
She
be
sound
a
way better than
great
the rest of y'all.
She is tough. She has grit. Kamala.
Okay, so that's the
can
buzzword
beat
for the night,
gun
y'all. It's
lobby.
grit.
She can fight gun trafficking. Kamala stood up to Wall Street and the drug company. She will protect abortion access.
Well, girl, you know you don't need that. What you talking about?
She will defend our freedom. She saved lives. Join me in voting for
No, that's
Kamala
Gabby Gifford for me.
Harris.
Child, ain't gonna be no policy. Eric, don't hold your breath, sir. Please don't. I don't want nothing to happen to you because ain't gonna be no policy.
Don't know why, but I feel like
I had the honor of meeting Vice President Harris when I got to introduce her when she spoke at my high school about gun violence.
Parkland happened, and all I could think about is that I wanted to keep my kids safe.
On July 4th,
Another legally
2022, I
purchased
was next in line to walk in the Highland Park Independence Day Parade when gunshots erupted. 7 people were shot and killed, and 48 more were injured.
Vice President Harris has been a gun sense champion since she was our California AG.
We have 2 options in November. We have Kamala Harris, who has already proven
Jocelyn, I have no
leadership in the
idea.
Biden-Harris administration. They passed the first ever comprehensive gun reform in 30 years. Meanwhile, Donald Trump has cozied up to the NRA and the gun lobby.
I have full confidence in Vice President Harris that she's dedicated to and committed to finding a solution to end gun violence.
Please welcome 3-time Grammy-winning singer-songwriter and global pop icon, Pink.
It absolutely is culture. Child, this right here is the damn it's been concert after concert after concert.
Millions of beautiful hearts.
Oh, you want to be a girl?
Sold us down the river too far. What about us? What about all the times you said you had the answer?
Y'all know how this goes.
What about us? What about all the broken happy ever afters? Oh, what about us?
Pretty much.
What about all the plans that to be solved. We are children that need to be loved. We were willing. We came when you called.
All money ain't good money. That's all I'm gonna say.
When you fooled us, enough is enough. Oh, what about us? What about all the times you said you had the answer? What about us? What about all the broken happy ever afters? Oh, what about us? What about all the plans that ended in disaster? What about love? What about trust? What about us? Sticks and stones, they may break these bones, but then are you ready? Are you ready? I don't want control, I want to let go. I'll be ready. Now it's time to let them know.
They did, MC. They did.
All the times you said you had the answers. So what about us? What about all the broken happy ever afters? What about us? What about all the plans that ended in disaster? What about love? What about trust? What about us? What about us? What about us? What about us?
Y'all like Pink's first album. That shit was rocking. And what she said she didn't want to do, yeah.
Global security and global prosperity depend on the leadership of the United States of America. And a strong America remains indispensable to the world. Our democratic ideals of freedom and liberty inspire billions, and our military is the strongest in the world.
You sure about that?
Our military is a force that underwrites global stability and our national security.
Please welcome Arizona Senator Mark Kelly.
Listen for me.
Hello,
Listen for me.
Chicago.
Hey, T. Peterson, how you doing?
Hello, Democrats.
Welcome to the concert, T. Peterson. Oh yeah, don't forget, be pissed off at Trump because his family wealthy.
President Obama had to follow Michelle. I had to follow Gabby and Pink. Gabby amazes me every single day. She was able to walk out and address you tonight because she's a fighter. And thanks to a team of doctors, nurses, and especially her speech therapist. We all need a team. I've flown into space 4 times. I've flown into combat nearly 40 times. Not once did I do that by myself. It took a team to accomplish a mission. It always does. I flew in the Navy during the first Gulf War. America rallied our allies to kick out a tyrant who invaded a neighbor. Today,
please don't
Vladimir
get show
Putin
culture. Please don't.
is testing whether we're still that strong. Iran, North Korea, and especially China watch closely. What's Trump's answer? He invited Russia to do, and these are his words, not mine, whatever the hell they want. Vice President Harris has always championed America's support for NATO, for Ukraine, and for the Ukrainian people. On the Senate Intelligence Committee, she investigated Russian interference in our election. She defends free and fair elections everywhere. You already know how Trump feels about those. Donald Trump skipped his intelligence briefings. He was too busy sucking up to dictators and dreaming of becoming one himself. Trump thinks that Americans who have made the ultimate sacrifice are suckers and losers.
Sometimes y'all are.
If we fall for that again and make him the commander-in-chief,
I do not understand why you lay me and would go fuck with the military. I do not understand. There's too many other options out there. You can get it without being bothered with the military.
Allies means standing up for Americans. She'll keep modernizing our military to support our troops and to support our veterans like our next Vice President, Tim Walz.
Did he leave before we time to fight?
Laughs at Trump, literally. But folks, it is not funny. When he was president, that meant the world was laughing at us. The threats we face are too serious. The sacrifices our service members make are too sacred. The alliances we've spent decades building are too critical. That's what's at stake now. And the choice isn't even close. But in Arizona and nationwide, this election will be. We'll win in the same way we launch rockets into space and land fighter jets on an aircraft carrier as one team on one mission. State by state, voter by voter, coming together. No country is better than ours at solving big problems.
You sure about
that? On November 5th, let's prove that America is still the leader the world needs today by electing the leader we need right now, Kamala Harris. Thank you, everybody. Thank you.
Please welcome former Secretary of Defense, Leon Panetta.
Hold on, let's do this.
My fellow Americans, I'm proud to have served in the Army, the Congress, the White House, Chief of Staff, CIA Director, and Secretary of Defense.
Damn, you got a lot of names. You couldn't tell them it's okay to be poor?
I've looked into the eyes of our warriors and deployed them into battle. I gave the order directing our special operations forces to fly 2 helicopters 150 miles into Abbottabad at night. And by the time the sun rose, Osama bin Laden was dead. Because nobody attacks our country and gets away with it. Nobody.
Somebody refresh me. What did bin Laden do?
That's what our warriors do. That's what our warriors do. Our warriors need a tough, cool-headed commander-in-chief to defend our democracy from tyrants and terrorists. We need,
like, for real. I mean, I know Saddam was talking shit, but what did he do? Somebody refresh my memory.
She knows a tyrant when she sees one. And our allies know a leader when they see one. On the Senate Intelligence Committee and as vice president, she worked with more than 150 world leaders. She's looked our allies in the eye and said, America has your back. Trump would abandon our allies and isolate America. We tried that in the 1930s. It was foolish and dangerous then, and it's foolish and dangerous now.
He was holding the oil because they wouldn't give him what they promised him. Okay.
Listen to President Reagan. President Reagan. Isolationism never was and never will be an acceptable response to tyrannical governments. Never. Trump tells tyrants like Putin they can do whatever the hell they want. Kamala Harris tells tyrants,
he didn't say that,
the hell you can, not on my watch.
He said you can do that shit with them, but you can't do it with me. That is not the same as do whatever the hell you
She's
want.
worked with President Zelensky to fight back against Russia. She knows that protecting their democracy protects our democracy as well. Look, Donald Trump does not understand the world, and he does not understand the service and sacrifice of our military.
That is a choice they made. He chose not to do that.
Are not suckers.
It's still a
They
choice.
are not losers. They are our heroes.
I mean, on some level, he right. You choose to become indoctrinated and broken down mentally and put your life on the line for some shit you probably wouldn't even agree with had your mind not been altered. I mean, he might have a small point.
Honorably for 24 years.
All for the tune of $50,000 a year in retirement? Yeah, I make more than that now.
Harris understands
Come on, y'all.
This moment. It is a moment of danger and a moment of opportunity. She'll keep America's military the strongest in the world, the strongest ever known. And she understands what our military is for. The role of our military is to defend us from foreign enemies.
Who the hell done come over here and took over? Who has invaded the United States of America? And when was that? Because I straight up don't know. Who?
Every president.
Who has invaded the United States of America?
Since World War II, Republican and Democrat,
Just so I can know.
shared the belief that
Clearly, I
America
wasn't paying attention
must
in history
protect
class and didn't
democracy
deserve them
in the
A's.
world.
I got.
Every president has honored our veterans and their sacrifices. Every president.
Listen, my granddad said that's the worst thing. That's the worst experience in his life. He don't recommend that for nobody.
A critical choice to vote for someone who stands with our military and stands up for democracy.
Now, my dad was like, damn it, I ain't going. I would defect to Canada, but I'm not fucking going. We meant that.
Democracy. My fellow Americans, there is only one choice. One choice. And let me tell you something. When she takes her oath of office, as she will this January, our allies will cheer, our enemies will fear, and we will have a commander-in-chief that we can trust. God bless our veterans, and God bless
I'm just trying to understand what this obsession is with wanting our public officials to be our damn friend and protect us to the point we ain't got to use common sense.
Please welcome Arizona.
I mean, I be hearing that on both sides.
Ruben Gallego.
I'm just trying to understand.
I'm a dad, husband, congressman,
Man, that is like,
and the proudest Arizonan
going.
you'll ever meet. But I am even prouder to be a Marine. Rah! My mom raised us alone on a secretary's salary.
There you go.
I slept on the floor. I worked every job I could. Meat packing, construction, making pizzas. I made it to Harvard with no money or connections.
Okay, but she still made it to Harvard. So you should have both of those by now.
Happy because they were at Harvard. I was happy because I finally had a mattress. Then I enlisted, fought alongside my brothers with Lima 325 in Iraq. They called us Lucky Lima, but our luck ran out. We saw some of the heaviest combat of the war. And when we got home, the government failed to help us readjust.
It has shit to do with Trump.
We have a duty to care for our patriots who serve our nation. For the Vietnam veteran,
y'all got a paycheck, so I mean, what else do you really want?
Medication. For the Afghan veteran in Pittsburgh who finally got treatment for his PTSD. For the Marine in Milwaukee.
Shit, the VA been trashed for decades.
For my Navajo brothers and sisters who serve the Marines with me, I remember you too. Kamala Harris and Tim
You went to
Walz
Harvard. What the fuck was you enlisting for? They don't even make no
Kamala
sense.
Harris has delivered more benefits to more veterans than ever before, and has achieved the lowest veterans unemployment rate in history. Vice President Harris has stood up for us and our families always. Tim Walz served for 24 years. His passion for veterans earned him respect on both sides of the aisle, and he stands with us too. In fact, let me introduce you to some of the many Democrats who understand what service means, because we put country over politics. We were proud to wear the uniform, and we're proud serving our countries in city halls, state capitals, the U.S.
Okay, well, if it was still set up like it was back during Civil War time where you didn't get a check, you just went. If that's what you wanted to do, would y'all still go?
We stand united as veterans, Democrats, and patriots.
Would y'all still go?
Everyone who serves.
Exactly, Team Peterson. Exactly. Do you want to be well or do you want to be high? These are different questions.
Like Donald Trump, they don't stand with us. They call patriots like Senator McCain.
Why go if you ain't got and come back fucked up if you ain't got to go? That makes perfect sense
John
to me.
McCain was an American hero.
He's a
Show
choice.
some
Y'all be
respect.
killing me. And y'all got checks.
Trump's Project 2025 will slash veteran benefits and force VA hospitals to close across the nation. Show
Listen.
some respect.
Go to the regular hospital then.
So, for the 18-year-old who decides to enlist, for the families like mine who prayed every night that their loved one would come home, for our troops stationed thousands of miles away, for my Marines of Lima Company, let's elect Kamala Harris and Tim Walz, who don't just respect our service, but revere it.
I really don't even do that, but I mean,
because the veterans who defended this country
it's all propaganda.
aren't just the reason we
Didn't
can
go
sleep
for
at
free.
night. They're the reason we can dream.
And y'all crying about the benefit.
And together, we'll fight for our veterans and everyone who served our country. Thank you.
This is the thing, though, Team Peterson. So we have a veterans hospital here in Charlotte, where I am, right? And if you weren't in the military, you can't even work there. So what we talking about? Y'all can't get no damn help because ain't nobody in that bitch working. Y'all need to cut the foolishness. Yeah, you can't even work there if you wasn't in the military. It sounds like y'all ain't nothing wrong with y'all to me.
Please welcome Michigan Governor Gretchen Whitmer.
Oh yeah, I forgot we was gonna hear from her.
I'm Governor Gretchen Whitmer. In Lansing, they call me Governor. But in Detroit, they call me Big Gretch.
Not Big Gretch. We're Big Till.
Donald Trump called me that woman from Michigan as an insult. Being a woman from Michigan is a badge of honor.
Yeah, they say she is some tissue.
Like women across America, we just GSD. Get stuff done.
Yeah, we got some tissue and some shit.
At 29, I joined the sandwich generation. Sandwiched between working and raising my newborn and caring for my mom, who was dying from brain cancer. It was hard, but not extraordinary. It's life. Those nights reminded me.
With these folks, I ain't
who I was
shot,
fighting
Turtle
for.
Man.
People just trying to make it. Kamala Harris knows who she's fighting for, too. She took care of her mom, who also battled cancer. As president, she'll fight to lower the cost
Okay, a
of
lot of
healthcare
people's
and
mama had
eldercare
cancer.
for every family.
I mean, I don't wish that on nobody, but I mean, that's
She's
reality.
lived a
And a lot of
life
people's
like
fathers had
ours.
cancer too, mine
She
did.
knows us.
Damn, I'm tired of y'all not
Donald
talking
Trump
about
doesn't
me.
know you at all. You think he understands that when your car breaks down, you can't get to work? No. His first word was probably chauffeur.
Again, we mad at him because his pants was
You think
broken.
he's ever had to take items out of the cart before checking out?
No.
Hell, you think he's ever been to a grocery store? That's what the chauffeur is for.
Actually, no, that would be the cook.
Kamala Harris, she gets us. She sees us.
But if you had the opportunity to live like him, you wouldn't have nothing to say.
Look, we've all lived through a lot of history over the past few years. Floods and fires, an attempted coup, a plot,
A
and
completed
pandemic.
coup.
It's exhausting. We don't know what the next 4 years will bring. But what we do know is this. Through it all, your life won't stop. You're gonna have to get to work, pick up the kids, and pay your bills. And then one day, when you're just trying to get everyone out the door, a news alert goes off. Something happened. Something hit the fan. You'll ask, is my family gonna be okay? And then you'll ask, who the hell is in charge? What if it's him? What if it's that man from Mar-a-Lago?
Actually, from New York, Mar-a-Lago is
In
the
a
property that he
crisis,
owns. Y'all,
we
let's
need
get
someone
this shit
strong
together.
enough to come up with a plan.
Y'all mad about that?
To tell the
That man
truth
buying property.
and to bring
Shit.
people
That's what you
together.
supposed to do when you got money.
Right now, before the crisis,
If y'all could,
is when
y'all
we
would.
get to choose. Why wouldn't we choose the leader who's tough, tested, and a total badass?
I know. No. Right. We ain't had nothing to do with all this. What y'all going through?
Want as our commander-in-chief, America, let's choose Kamala Harris.
Why should they choose you as her VP, Gresham? You wearing a dress though. I'm gonna give it that.
Please welcome actress, director, and philanthropist, Eva Longoria.
Hello, Chicago! Yes! I am so excited to be here tonight. What an honor to be part of this historic moment, and y'all are part of it.
Yeah, she got that deal. She done signed with ABC. She ain't had no choice.
Kamala Harris for more than a decade, and she comes from a family a lot like mine, and I'm sure a lot like yours. We were both raised knowing that no one was gonna hand us anything, especially as women.
Wait a minute, did Bezos just give your ass $1 billion?
Every rung of the ladder to get ahead. We were gonna have to work really hard.
Hold up, didn't Bezos just
Now,
give
she
you
worked at
$1
McDonald's,
billion?
but I
No,
worked
was
at
it $100 million?
Wendy's.
Excuse me.
And look at
He
us
just
now.
gave you $100 million.
You see, Kamala and I were able to see beyond the horizon because our families supported our big dreams. Well, guess what? As Americans, we're all part of one big family. Somos familia. And as familia, we have to have each other's back. We have to support each other's dreams because Kamala's success is our success. And she supports us to dream big too. So let me tell you, in the Latino community, in our community, we have a saying, sí se puede, which means yes. It means yes, we can. But tonight, I'm here to tell you, yes, she can. So we're going to say, she se puede. So when someone asks you, is she ready to lead this country forward? We're going to say, she se puede. When somebody says, is she qualified for the job? We're going to say, she se puede. When somebody asks, is she going to be the first female president of the United States? We're going to say, she se puede.
Y'all know how she ain't really saying nothing, right?
Our vote, we're going to decide this election. And let me tell you, the energy tonight isn't just here in Chicago, it's all across the country. People are gathered at watch parties everywhere to celebrate Kamala Harris. Say hello.
That's 11 screen.
All right. We know how to work, so let's
And most
get
of them is
to
on the
work.
East Coast, so how's this all over the
Turn
country?
all of this enthusiasm and joy into action between now and November 5th. Let's go. She se puede. She se puede.
Please welcome former Illinois Republican Representative Adam Kinzinger.
And this is the crazy part. Charlotte was on one of them screens, and I ain't heard nothing about that.
Good evening.
Nothing.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm Adam Kinzinger,
I've been on town all
and
week.
I am proud to be in the trenches with you as part of this sometimes awkward alliance that we have to defend truth, defend democracy, and decency. I was just a kid when I was drawn to the party of Ronald Reagan, to his vision of a strong America, the shining city on a hill. I was a Republican for 12 years in Congress, and I still hold on to the label. I never thought I'd be here, but listen.
See, you want to be an old Republican. See, the Republicans done turned the page. That's why y'all mad. They ain't trying to do what they was doing back in Reagan time. They realized that ain't sustainable. They trying to do something else, and now y'all pissed off.
My fellow Republicans in on the secret. The Democrats are as patriotic as us. They love this country just as much as we do.
This 2024 is not your great granddaddy's Republican Party.
And they are as eager to defend American values at home and abroad as we conservatives have ever been. I was relieved to discover that because I've learned something about my party too, something I couldn't ignore. The Republican Party is no longer conservative. It has switched its allegiance from the principles that gave it purpose to a man whose only purpose is himself. Donald Trump.
Yeah, right. Yeah, the Republican Party now is not your great granddaddy's Republican Party.
He is a small man pretending to be big. He's a faithless man pretending to be righteous. He's a perpetrator who can't stop playing the victim.
Like y'all doing?
He puts on, listen, he puts on quite a show, but there is no real strength there. As a conservative and a veteran, I believe true strength lies in defending the vulnerable. It's in protecting your family. It's in standing up for our Constitution and our democracy. That is the soul of being a conservative. It used to be the soul of being a Republican, but Donald Trump has suffocated the soul of the Republican Party. His fundamental weakness has coursed through my party like an illness, sapping our strength, softening our spine, whipping us into a fever that has untethered us from our values. Our democracy was frayed by the events of January 6th, as Donald Trump's deceit and dishonor led to a siege on the United States Capitol. That day, I stood witness to a profound sorrow, the desecration of our sacred tradition of peaceful transition of power, tarnished by a man too fragile, too vain, and too weak to accept defeat. How can a party claim to be patriotic if it idolizes a man who tried to overthrow a free and fair election? How can a party claim to stand for liberty if it sees a fight for freedom in Ukraine, an attack pitting tyranny against democracy,
because that
a
ain't got shit to
challenge
do
to
with us.
everything our nation claims to be? And it
That
retreats.
ain't our business.
It equivocates. It nominates a man who is
got millions of people
weirdly
sleeping in the
obsessed with
streets.
Putin.
We ain't got time for that.
And his running mate who said, quote, "I don't care what happens in Ukraine."
Okay.
Yeah, and he wants to be vice president. Yeah. How can a party claim to be conservative when it tarnishes the gifts that our forebears fought for? Men like my grandfather, who served in World
Where
War
in the
II,
Constitution and the Declaration of Independence did it say go fucking other countries'
and he
business?
risked his life for it behind enemy lines.
Wait, somebody
To
please let me know
preserve
what page
American
that's on.
democracy, his generation found the courage to face
Where the
down
amendment say go fucking
armies.
other countries' business.
Listen, all we're asked to do is to summon the courage to stand up to one weak man. Some have questioned why I've taken the stand I have. The answer is really simple, ladies and gentlemen. We must put country first.
It's not. It ain't our problem. Not none at all.
And tonight, as a Republican speaking before you, I'm putting our country first. Because the fact is, I do belong here. I know Kamala Harris shares my allegiance to the rule of law, the Constitution, and democracy. And she is dedicated to upholding all three in service to our country. Whatever policies we disagree on pale in comparison with those fundamental matters of principle, of decency, and of fidelity to this nation. Listen, to my fellow Republicans, if you still pledge allegiance to those principles, I suspect you belong here too.
Oh, okay.
Because
appreciate that, Doctor.
Because democracy knows no party. It's a living, breathing ideal
My
that
bad, because
defines
I
us as a nation.
want to get straight to
It's
the point.
the bedrock that separates us from tyranny. And when that foundation is fractured, we must all stand together, united, to strengthen it. If you think those principles are worth defending, then I urge you, make the right choice. Vote for our bedrock values and vote for Kamala Harris. God bless you.
Please welcome lawyer, policy advocate, and sister of the Vice President, Maya Harris.
Hello, Chicago.
No question. She look black, y'all.
In 1958, a 19-year-old from India left the only country she'd ever known to chart her own path in America. She came here to pursue an education, but she stayed here to build a life. Her name was Dr. Shamala Gopalan Harris. But we called her Mommy. Mommy was so many things to so many people. A civil rights activist, a scientist, a devoted mother to her two little girls. But most of all, Mommy was a trailblazer who defied the odds and defined herself. And when it came to Kamala and me, Mommy had great expectations for
Kamala
us,
and I.
but she had even greater expectations of us. She raised us to believe that we could be and do anything. And we believed her. You see, Mommy understood the power and the possibility that come with knowing and showing
who you truly are. She knew we could be the authors of our own stories, just as she
Everybody's the author of their own story, good or bad.
Mommy's journey and the opportunity that she wanted for Kamala and me, that's a distinctly American story. We may all have different histories, different struggles, or different perspectives, but what binds us together is the fervent desire to be free, to fulfill our God-given potential. Kamala's entire life has been about fighting for each of us to have that freedom. And like so many Americans, Kamala knows what it's like to be underestimated and be counted out. She knows what it's like to be the underdog.
She married to a black man. He's on last night.
And now she has created so much electricity, so much optimism, so much joy throughout the nation, and it is why we need her leadership in this historic moment. We are living in a time when
I ain't mad at Maya because if it was me, I would get out. If it was my sister, I would get up here and do the same thing. But y'all do know behind the scenes, I'd be like, girl, you know this some bullshit. She'd be like, I know, sis. I ain't nothing I can do about it right now.
Where others push darkness,
Kamala sees
promise. Where others feel detachment, Kamala fosters connection. Where others want to drag us back to the past, my sister says, hold up now, we are not going back. Because Kamala understands we have so much more in common than what separates us. She knows the measure of our success isn't just winning an election. It's about who we bring along and lift up in the process.
Nah, sis worked for her money. She went to law school just like her sister.
And so as I look out at all of you today and take in this incredible moment, I so wish that Mommy could be here tonight. I can just see her smiling, saying how proud she is of Kamala. And then, without missing a beat, she'd say, that's enough, you got work to do. She would tell all of us to roll up our sleeves and get to work. To elect a leader who sees the potential in each of us. A leader who cares for all of us. A leader who fights for every one of us. Our Democratic nominee, my big sister, the next president of the United States, Kamala Harris.
Please welcome North Carolina Governor Roy Cooper.
He's so trash. He ain't even teaching real. Roy ain't got no backbone.
Hello, America. I'm Roy Cooper, the last guy standing between you and the moment we're all waiting for. So I'm going to get right to it. All week, you've heard stories about my friend Kamala. I want to take you behind the scenes of one of them. 2011 was a rough time for American homeowners. Hundreds of thousands were losing their homes to illegal foreclosure. I was Attorney General in North Carolina, while Kamala had just become California's. All the AGs were close to a settlement with the big banks, and it was a pretty good deal. would have meant $4 billion for California families who'd been ripped off. I know that sounds like a lot, but Kamala said, hang on a minute. I've met these families. I know what they've been through, and they deserve more. She went toe-to-toe with some of the world's most powerful executives, and she refused to give in. Let me tell you, this was a huge risk, but she knew it was a risk worth taking. That's Kamala. And we all know what happened. The banks caved. That $4 billion for California families became $20 billion. That was the first time I witnessed Kamala in action. And what I saw was a leader who does exactly what she says she's going to do, who never will settle for less. America, we got a lot of big fights ahead of us, and we've got one hell of a fighter ready to take them on. I know that because I know her. And tonight, I want the American people to know, even if you don't agree with her on everything, Kamala Harris will fight for you to the very end. For families who need better health care or a safer place to live, Kamala will fight for you. For parents who want better schools for their kids, for workers worried about a secure retirement for themselves.
Yeah, so why do you have a $350 unemployment insurance cap in North Carolina, Roy?
Any one of our allies.
And then why did you change it from 20 weeks to 12 weeks? Let's talk about it.
Has your back. Remember this. Kamala will fight for you. And when she
Let's talk about it, Roy.
We win. Kamala's ready. Kamala's ready. The question is, are we? Are we going to stand up and fight for Kamala like she'll stand up and fight for us? All right. If you're ready, my home state of North Carolina, stand up. Stand up, Pennsylvania. Stand up, Michigan. Stand up, Wisconsin. Stand up, Georgia. Stand up, Nevada. Stand up, Arizona. Stand up, America. Are we going to stand up? Are we going to fight? Are we going to vote? Are we going to win? You bet we are. Let's go get them.
Wow.
She grew up in a tight-knit neighborhood. It was the kind of place where your neighbor would look after you when school let out, where your first grade teacher would show up at your law school graduation. It's where Kamala Harris learned what it means to be in the middle class, making every paycheck count. She was raised by a working mom who taught her about standing up for what's right and protecting the people you love.
Kamala carries the lessons of our mother, the fighting spirit of our mother, the compassion.
She was all of 5 feet tall. If you met her, you would have thought she was 7 feet tall. And our mother, if I'd ever come home complaining about anything, she wouldn't have it. The first thing she'd say is, well, just stop the complaining. Just tell me what you're going to do about it.
And since she was a young girl, Kamala Harris has been fighting for families like the one she grew up with.
That is Kamala. She can't help herself from standing up for people and standing up for what she thinks is right. She has been that way our whole lives. Being a protector is what led her to become a prosecutor. Looking back now, I could say it was her calling.
As a courtroom prosecutor, she went after predators who targeted women and children, and fraudsters who ripped off working families. And she put dangerous gang members and human traffickers behind bars.
We didn't have partnerships with DOJ
or FBI
We've
or
already seen
DEA or any of those law enforcement agencies. Now we all work collaboratively. She was the person who built the foundation in how we do criminal justice in America.
As Attorney General of California, she held the big Wall Street banks accountable for fraud, winning $20 billion for California families. She took on one of the largest for-profit colleges that was scamming students. And in the Senate, she fought for her constituents with the determination of a prosecutor, standing up for reproductive freedom.
Can you think of any laws that give the government the power to make
Exactly.
decisions about the male body?
I'm not thinking of any right now, Senator.
She fought to keep our children safe from the terror of gun violence.
How many of you guys had to have a drill where you learned about how you need to hide in a closet or crouch in a corner in the event that there is a mass shooter? Look at that. Look at that.
On the Intelligence Committee, she defended our nation against foreign adversaries. And in 2020, she made history as the first woman to be elected Vice President of the United States. She cast the tie-breaking vote to deliver urgent relief to the American people during the pandemic. She beat Big Pharma to lower prescription drug costs and cap the cost of insulin. And led the fight
But
to
now,
restore
wait a minute, because
reproductive
didn't y'all
rights after
say
Roe v. Wade was
last year
overturned?
that those stimulus checks is why inflation is high and the economy is toe up? Ain't that what y'all said last year?
Grow up in a world with fewer rights than our mothers.
Because she's never been afraid to stand up to powerful interests.
Sometimes people will open the door for you and leave it open. Sometimes they won't. And then you need to kick that door down. Excuse my language.
Now, she's running for president, still fighting for families like the one she grew up with.
Our campaign is about saying we trust the people. We're saying we just want fairness. We want dignity for all people. And we are a work in progress. We haven't yet quite reached all of those ideals, but we will die trying because we love our country. We believe in our country. We're not falling for
I'm
these
just saying,
folks
she's
who are
sitting up
trying
there
to
asking him all the
divide
damn
us,
questions. He
trying to
still got
pull us
confirmed he is
apart.
a
We
Supreme
know
Court
what we
justice
stand
at this
for.
very
We
second.
stand for the people, and we stand for the dignity of work, and we
What was
stand
really the
for
point?
freedom. We stand for justice. We stand for equality, and so we will fight for all of it.
That's who Kamala Harris is. That's who she believes. And that's what she'll fight for every day.
Please welcome the Democratic nominee for president, Vice President of the United States.
All right, here we go, y'all.
Kamala Harris.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening. Good evening. Oh my goodness. Good evening, everyone. Good evening. Good evening. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Let's see what she got to say.
Good evening. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you all.
Wow. Not the three martini.
Thank you all. Okay, we gotta get to some business. We gotta get to some business. Okay. Thank you all. Okay. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you. Please, thank you, please. Thank you so very much. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, everyone. Thank you. Okay, let's get to business. Let's get to business. All right. So let me start by thanking my most incredible husband, Doug, for being an incredible partner to me, an incredible father to Cole and Ella, and happy anniversary, Dougie. I love you so very much. To our President Joe Biden, when I think about the path that we have traveled together, Joe, I am filled with gratitude.
Child, Joe said it here with y'all. Joe been gone. Joe left Monday. He said he got nothing for y'all.
Your character is inspiring, and Doug and I love you and Jill and are forever thankful to you both. And to Coach Tim Walz,
yeah.
You are going to be
You
an
get some
incredible
kind of
vice
fool.
president. And to the delegates and everyone who has put
Child,
your
you better
faith
start talking about them
in our
delegates
campaign.
you ain't earned.
Your
Girl,
support
don't mention
is
them.
humbling. So, America,
You don't mention them.
the path that led me here in recent weeks was no doubt unexpected. But I'm no stranger to unlikely journeys. So, my mother, our mother, Kamala Harris, had one of her own. And I miss her every day, and especially right now. And I know she's looking down smiling. I know that. So my mother was 19 when she crossed the world alone, traveling from India to California with an unshakable dream to be the scientist who would cure breast cancer. When she finished school, she was supposed to return home to a traditional arranged marriage. But as fate would have it, she met my father, Donald Harris, a student from Jamaica. They fell in love and got married, and that act of self-determination made my sister Maya and me. Growing up, we moved a lot. I will always remember that big Mayflower truck packed with all our belongings, ready to go to Illinois, to Wisconsin, and wherever our parents' jobs took us. My early memories of our parents together are very joyful ones. A home filled with laughter.
She needed a real U.S. citizen for that, not no damn Jamaican citizen.
Coltrane and Miles. At the park, my mother would say, "Stay close." But my father would say, as he smiled, "Run, Kamala, run. Don't be afraid. Don't let anything stop you." From my earliest years, he taught me to be fearless.
Child, they
But
city
the
said she don't
harmony
need no green
between
card.
my parents did not last. When I was in elementary school, they split up. And it was mostly my mother who raised us. Before she could finally afford to buy a home, she rented a small apartment in the East Bay. In the Bay, you either live in the hills or the flatlands. We lived in the flats. A beautiful working class neighborhood of firefighters, nurses, and construction workers, all who tended their lawns with pride. My mother, she worked long hours, and like many working parents, she leaned on a trusted circle to help raise us. Mrs. Shelton, who ran the daycare below us and became a second mother. Uncle Sherman, Aunt Mary, Uncle Freddie, Auntie Chris. None of them family by blood, and all of them family by love. Family who taught us how to make gumbo, how to play chess, and sometimes even let us win. Family who loved us, believed in us, and told us we could be anything and do anything. They instilled in us the values they
Nah, she been left Tony Parker.
Community, faith, and the importance of treating others as you would want to be treated, with kindness, respect, and compassion. My mother was a brilliant, 5-foot-tall, brown woman with an accent. And as the eldest child, I saw how the world would sometimes treat her.
Brown woman.
But my mother never lost her cool. She was tough, courageous, a trailblazer in the fight for women's health, and she taught Maya and me a lesson that Michelle mentioned the other night. She taught us to never complain about injustice, but do something about it. Do something about it. That was my mother. And she taught us, and she also taught us, and never do anything half-assed. And that is a direct quote. A direct quote. I grew up immersed in the ideals of the civil rights movement. My parents had met at a civil rights gathering, and they made sure that we learned about civil rights leaders, including the lawyers like Thurgood Marshall and Constance Baker Motley, those who battled in the courtroom to make real the promise of America. So at a young age, I decided I wanted to do that work. I wanted to be a lawyer. And when it came time to choose the type of law I would pursue, I reflected on a pivotal moment in my life. You see, when I was in high school, I started to notice something about my best friend, Wanda. She was sad at school, and there were times she didn't want to go home. So one day I asked if everything was all right, and she confided in me that she was being sexually abused by her stepfather. And I immediately told her she had to come stay with us, and she did. This is one of the reasons I became a prosecutor, to protect people like Wanda, because I believe everyone has a right to safety, to dignity, and to justice. As a prosecutor, when I had a case, I charged it not in the name of the victim, but in the name of the people. For a simple reason. In our system of justice, a harm against any one of us is a harm against all of us. explain this to console survivors of crime, to remind them no one should be made to fight alone.
Well, you know,
We
Team
are
most lawyers
all
start out
in
good,
this
and you know what I'm
together.
saying, as they continue on, they take a turn.
And every day in the courtroom, I stood proudly before a judge and I said 5 words: Kamala Harris for the people. And to be clear, my entire career, I've only had one client, the people. And so, on behalf of the people, on behalf of every American, regardless of party, race, gender, or the language your grandmother speaks, on behalf of my mother and everyone who has ever set out on their own unlikely journey, on behalf of Americans like the people I grew up with, people who work hard, chase their dreams, and look out for one another, on behalf of everyone whose story could only be written in the greatest nation on earth, I accept your nomination to be President of the United States of America. And with this election, and with this election, our nation with this election has a precious, fleeting opportunity to move past the bitterness, cynicism, and divisive battles of the past, a chance to chart a new way forward.
Tell us what you're gonna do different.
Not as
Don't hold your
members
breath,
of any
child.
one party or faction, but as Americans. And let me say, I know there are people of various political views watching tonight, and I want you to know, I promise to be a president for all Americans. You can always trust me to put country above party and self, to hold sacred America.
That sounds like Make America Great Again to me, but
from
I'm
the
gonna be
rule
quiet.
of law to free and fair elections to the peaceful transfer of power.
Didn't Joe say this Monday?
I will be a president who unites us around our highest aspirations. A president who leads and listens, who is realistic, practical, and has common sense, and always fights for the American people.
Realistic,
From the
practical, those are
courthouse
not female
to the
traits.
White House, that has been my life's work. As a young courtroom prosecutor in Oakland, California, I stood up for women and children against predators who abuse them. As Attorney General of California, I took on the big banks, delivered $20 billion from middle-class families who faced foreclosure, and helped
Be
pass
safe,
a
Team Pizza. Thanks for
homeowner
stopping
bill
by.
of rights, one of the first of its kind in the nation. I stood up for veterans and students being scammed by big for-profit colleges, for workers who are being cheated out of their wages, the wages they were due, for seniors facing elder abuse. I fought against the cartels who traffic in guns and drugs and human beings. who threaten the security of our border and the safety of our communities. And I will tell you, these fights were not easy. And neither were the elections that put me in those offices. We were underestimated at practically every turn. But we never gave up. Because the future is always worth fighting for. And that's the fight we are in right now, a fight for America's future. Fellow Americans, this election is not only the most important of our lives, it is one of the most important in the life of our nation. In many ways, Donald Trump is an unserious man. But the consequences of putting Donald Trump back in the White House are extremely serious. Consider
the lawyers, here we go. The lawyer kept coming out.
The chaos and calamity when he was in office, but also the gravity
Not like her sister,
of what has happened since he lost the last election. Donald Trump tried to throw away your votes. When he failed,
I did throw away the votes.
He sent an armed
in
mob
Georgia
to the United States Capitol, where they assaulted law enforcement officers. When politicians in his own party begged him to call off the mob and send help, he did the opposite.
Help was already supposed to be there according to Nancy Pelosi.
And now, for an entirely different set of crimes, he was found guilty of fraud by a jury of everyday Americans and separately found liable for committing sexual abuse. And consider what he intends to do if we give him power again.
Not a little bit of people now. I thought he was more powerful than that.
His explicit intent to set free violent extremists who assaulted those law enforcement officers at the Capitol. His explicit intent to jail journalists, political opponents, and anyone he sees as the enemy. His explicit intent
we should be grateful
to
that's not how the legal
deploy
system
our
works.
active duty military against our own citizens. Consider the power he will have, especially after the United States Supreme Court just ruled that he would be immune from criminal prosecution.
They did that. They're doing it.
Just imagine.
They said all presidents. They didn't just say Donald
no
Trump.
guardrails.
They said that means you go in there and do some funky shit and you president. They ain't coming for you either.
Powers of the presidency of the United States. Not to improve your life, not to strengthen our national security, but to serve the only client he has ever had, himself. And we know what a second Trump term would look like. It's all laid out in Project 2025, written by his closest advisors, and its sum total is to pull our country back to the past. But America, we are not going back.
Yeah, because my thing is like you gonna be screaming Project 2025 at this debate, for them to be like, that ain't true. You gonna run that risk?
We are not going back to when Donald Trump tried to cut Social Security and Medicare. We are not going back to when he tried to get rid of the Affordable Care Act, when insurance companies could deny people with pre-existing conditions We are not going to let him eliminate the Department of Education that funds our public schools.
You mean they hand out them student loans?
We are not going to let him
Y'all
end
can't get
programs like Head Start that provide preschool and childcare for our children. America, we are not going back.
Well, see, they said if you women stay at home and raise your kids, you wouldn't need all of this. Y'all got to pay.
And
because y'all want to be in the workforce.
We are charting a new way forward. Forward to a future with a strong and growing middle class, because we know a strong middle class has always been critical to America's success. And building that middle class will be a defining goal of my presidency.
But you changing what middle class is not helping the situation.
And I'll tell you, this is personal for me. The middle class is where I come from. My mother kept a strict budget. We lived within our means, yet we wanted for little. And she expected us to make the most of the opportunities that were available to us and to be grateful for them. Because as she taught us, opportunity is not available
keeping
to
a budget
everyone.
and living within it. No, you can't do that if you want to do what you want to do.
I call an
What you want to do usually don't fall in your budget. So you're talking about both sides of the house.
Everyone has the chance to compete and a chance to succeed.
Everybody got a chance to compete. Who don't have a chance to compete?
You live in a rural area, small town, or big city. And as president, I will bring together labor and workers and small business owners and entrepreneurs and American companies to create jobs, to grow our economy, and to lower the cost of everyday needs like healthcare and housing and groceries. We will provide
How are we doing
access to
this?
capital for small business owners and entrepreneurs and founders. And we will end America's
all the
housing
much money,
shortage
Draco, for real.
and protect Social Security and Medicare. Now compare that to Donald Trump, because I think everyone here knows he doesn't actually fight for the middle class. He doesn't actually fight for the middle class. Instead, he fights for himself and his billionaire friends. And he will give them another round of tax breaks that will add up to $5 trillion to the national debt. And all the while, he intends to enact what in effect is a national sales tax, call it a Trump tax, that would raise prices on middle-class families by
No, he said he put the
$4,000
tariff on
a year.
motherfuckers who ain't want to get with the program. You want to send your goods and services over here to America, you gonna have to abide by these guidelines. If you don't want to do it, I'm putting a tariff on your stuff. And what that man said, that ain't got nothing to do with us.
Friends, I believe America cannot truly be prosperous
Messing
unless
around with you, Joe,
Americans
we sure
are
can't.
fully able to make their own decisions about their own lives, especially on matters of heart and home. But tonight, in America, too many women are not able to make those decisions. And let's be clear about how we got here. Donald Trump handpicked members of the United States Supreme Court to take away reproductive freedom.
Okay.
And now he brags
When
about it.
everybody on there was
In his
handpicked. The hell is y'all talking about?
I did it, and I'm proud to have done it, end quote.
Everybody on there handpicked. It's
Well,
like
I'll
you
tell
get
you,
nominated. You don't run
Over
for
the
it.
past 2 years, I've traveled across our country, and women have told me their stories. Husbands and fathers have shared theirs.
Okay, so Roe been knocked out about 2 years. Why get pregnant?
Developing
why get pregnant?
sepsis, losing the ability to ever again have children, all because doctors are afraid they may go to jail for caring for their patients. Couples just trying to grow their family.
Y'all don't want to go through nothing.
Cut
It's
off in
goddamn
the middle
problem.
of IVF treatments. Children who have survived sexual assault, potentially being forced to carry a pregnancy to term.
That's so rare.
This is what's happening in our country because of Donald Trump. And understand, he is not done.
You make the same mistake 12 times, and I'm
part
supposed
of
to
his agenda.
But then Michelle said that the other night, you don't get 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 chances to fuck up. Didn't she say that?
Medication abortion and enact a nationwide abortion ban with or without Congress. And get this. Get this. He plans to create a national anti-abortion coordinator and force states to report on women's miscarriages and abortions.
What's wrong with that?
Simply put,
I'm
they
being
are
racist.
out of their minds.
What is wrong with that? Oh, forgot y'all business gonna be out there in the street. That's what's wrong with it. They report on everything else. Why you can't report on that?
And one must ask, why exactly is it that they don't trust women?
Cause y'all bitches be lying.
We trust women. We trust women. And when Congress passes a bill to restore reproductive freedom,
you can't do that. The Supreme Court say no, it's no. You can't do that. You can't do that. You're a lawyer now. You supposed to know this.
Many other fundamental freedoms are at stake. The freedom to live safe from gun violence in our schools, communities, and places of worship. The freedom to love who you love openly and with pride.
Exactly.
The freedom to breathe clean air
because they business gonna be out there.
And
what they really been doing is gonna be out there and playing data for everybody to see.
And the freedom that unlocks all the others, the freedom to vote. With this election, we finally have the opportunity to pass the John Lewis Voting Rights Act and the Freedom to Vote Act.
Okay, I got to pull them two up because from what I remember, the biggest part about that is you don't need ID.
And let me be clear.
No, that's not right. Folks
After
vote.
decades in law enforcement, I know the importance of safety and security, especially at our border.
Congress creates an amendment. They can overrule
Joe and
the
I
Supreme
brought
Court.
together Democrats and conservative Republicans to write the strongest border bill in decades. The Border Patrol endorsed it. But Donald Trump believes a border deal would hurt his campaign. So he ordered his allies in Congress to kill the deal.
No, they killed the deal because on the very last page, y'all wrote in all that money for the Ukraine. That's why it got killed.
My pledge to you.
Y'all thought about sneaking that shit on the very last page, but nobody put the shit in there. Somebody went to the last page first and found
it into law. I know.
You're gonna stop playing.
We can live up to our proud heritage as a nation of immigrants and reform our broken immigration
nation ain't okay. I'm be quiet. You're worried about the immigrants. That's the problem.
Create an earned pathway to citizenship and secure our border.
You mean after you let everybody you want in? Then you close it off? Okay.
And America, we must also be steadfast in advancing our security and values abroad. As Vice President, I have confronted threats to our security, negotiated with foreign leaders, strengthened our alliances, and engaged with our brave troops overseas. As Commander-in-Chief, I will ensure America always has the strongest, most lethal fighting force in the world. And I will fulfill our sacred obligation to care for our troops and their families, and I will always honor and never disparage their service and their sacrifice.
It's a choice. It is a whole choice.
I will make sure that we leave.
Mia, let me ask you something. Okay, so when you're filling out your FAFSA, I know in order for you to get, you know, saying federal health care and all of that, you have to agree to enlist. But if you pay your own bill, do you still have to agree to enlist?
We strengthen, not abdicate, our global leadership. Trump, on the other hand, threatened to abandon NATO. He encouraged Putin to invade our allies, said Russia could, quote, do whatever the hell they want.
That is not what that man said.
5 days before Russia attacked Ukraine, I met with President Zelensky to warn him about Russia's plan to invade.
And they still got ambushed? Well, damn.
A global response over 50 countries to defend against Putin's aggression. And as president, I will stand strong with Ukraine and our NATO allies.
It's right. It's not our business. Not at all.
With respect to the war in Gaza, President Biden and I are working around the clock because now is the time to get a hostage deal and a ceasefire deal done.
I didn't shit left. You heard you talking about now. They'll do up their damn thing.
And let me be clear. I will always stand up for Israel's right to defend itself, and I will always ensure Israel has the ability to defend itself, because the people of Israel must never again face the horror that a terrorist organization called Hamas caused on October 7, including unspeakable sexual violence and the massacre of young people at a music festival. At the same time,
okay, that happened on y'all watch. Why y'all ain't got some people out yet?
Over the past 10 months is devastating. So many innocent lives lost. Desperate, hungry people fleeing for safety over and over again. The scale of suffering is heartbreaking. President Biden and I are working to end this war such that Israel is secure, the hostages are released, the suffering in Gaza ends, and the Palestinian people can realize their right to dignity, security, freedom, and self-determination. And know this, I will never hesitate to take whatever action is necessary to defend our forces and our interests against Iran and Iran-backed terrorists. I will not cozy up to tyrants and dictators like Kim Jong-un who are rooting for Trump.
Whatever kind of understanding they got.
Because you know, they know.
He ain't thought about coming over here. I know that much.
He is easy to manipulate with flattery and favors. They know Trump won't hold autocrats accountable because he wants to be an autocrat himself.
Yeah, whatever he's telling them, they ain't bringing their ass over here. I know that.
President, I will never waver in defense of America's security and ideals, because in the enduring
it's the ideals that's the problem, ma'am.
Democracy and tyranny, I know where I stand, and I know where the United States belongs.
That's the problem. It's the ideals.
Fellow Americans, I love our country with all my heart. Everywhere I go, Everywhere I go, in everyone I meet, I see a nation that is ready to move forward, ready for the next step in the incredible journey that is America. I see an America where we hold fast to the fearless belief that built our nation and inspired the world. That here, in this country, anything is possible, that nothing is out of reach. An America where we care for one another, look out for one another, and recognize that we have so much more in common than what separates us. That none of us has to fail for all of us to succeed. And that in unity,
if everybody's doing it, would you call it success?
You know, our opponents in this race are out there every day denigrating America, talking about how terrible everything is. Well, my mother had another lesson she used to teach. Never let anyone tell you who you are. You show them who you are. America, let us show each other and the world who we are and what we stand for.
That's what I'm saying. If everybody succeeds, we can't call that success, right? We have to call it something else.
Compassion, dignity, fairness, and endless possibilities. We are the heirs to the greatest democracy in the history of the world. And on behalf of our children and our grandchildren and all those who sacrificed so dearly for our freedom and liberty, we must be worthy of this moment. It is now our turn to do what generations before us have done, guided by optimism and faith, to fight for this country we love, to fight for the ideals we cherish, and to uphold the awesome responsibility that comes with the greatest privilege on earth, the privilege and pride of being an American. So let's get out there, let's fight for it, let's get out there, let's vote for it, and together, let us write the next great chapter in the most extraordinary story ever.
You ain't really promised nothing. We gonna get real with it, FHL.
God bless you, and may God bless the United States
That's it?
of America.
Well, it's by far been her longest speech. So let me stop. Let me give her that. By far, it's been her longest speech. Why did someone just come across Twitter said that she before she came, while they were backstage, that she had a major blowout with her team because they told her to put the bottle down. No drinking tonight. Allegedly. They was like, yeah, nah. We see you see that when you speak. Yeah, I'm saying it's the longest I've seen her give. The longest speech I've seen her give. Child, not to say. Do y'all think he tender? Mm. Child, and Michelle and Barack, because remember when, you know what I'm saying, she introduced him and he came out, he kept trying to kiss her, and she kept swinging from side to side. She was like, hell no. That his body language meant something. And Bill wasn't feeling it. He gave him just enough to get his check, and he left. Gave him just enough to get his check. Wow, damn, Draco. Oh, Tinder, that's all I'm gonna say. That's what I was asking. Bags, bags, bags. Hey, big sis. Yeah. What did you think about what you heard? She didn't mention defunding the police and funding release of violent protesters. Yeah, the Minnesota fund. Yeah. Yeah, they can't. These camera angles been a fool. I mean, they should have spent some of this. They should have spent some of that 89 mil on some cameramen or some more cameras. Some. It's like it wasn't enough of. I can sleep around and dedicate my life to my career and sleeping around. When I can't find kids, I find a soft man to take me and understand that I'm ambitious like a man. Wow. Child, child, you got to find some bush. We. Oh Lord. Child, it's too much. This is too much and not enough all at the same time. He said Kamala is just like the other black women with no kids in the legal field and political space. Those kids ran through and too strong, aka stubborn for their own good. Facts. Facts. It's the black men up in there that's saddening me. Y'all have been completely left out. And some of y'all was the ones going the hardest. I mean, completely dismissed and discounted at every turn. And I mean all ages, young, old, in between. Yeah, it's over, Celine. The same when they say everyone is attacking them, trying to say they are intimidated by them. No, you just a shit person to be around. Damn, yeah, no. He said, ain't that why you said you wanted to leave? Hell yeah. Okay. Freedom child, yeah. We all gonna play I don't need no man. The national I don't need no man anthem. Celine still want a soft liberal man with all the resources of an ambitious man. Well,
please stand if you are able for this evening's benediction, offered
right,
by
here we
Rabbi
go.
Lauren Holtzblad and Reverend Dr. Amos Brown.
Freedom, freedom from too much money, freedom for too many groceries, freedom from driving because gas too high. Yeah.
America, let us pray. God brought us out of the narrow place of oppression to freedom.
He said, let's see how
Let's
far
remember
off
the
from
treacherous
religion the
road our
benediction is.
ancestors traveled to freedom, their sacrifice and resolve to bring a better, more inclusive world. We stand on their shoulders to declare, we are not going back. God who notices the downtrodden.
But it's already wrong. Women ain't supposed to be preaching.
Imagine the world as you do, where everyone has the opportunity to thrive, where diversity brings strength, not weakness, and where all have the right to make the choices for their own bodies. God of strength.
See, you, no, wait, that was the answer, Death Note, right there.
Governor Walz, with your sheltering presence, as they carry on with courage and conviction to build a better future for all Americans. Shine a light on them so that they may continue to pursue justice, equity, and reproductive freedom. An America free from gun violence that safeguards free and fair elections, with less vitriol and more joy, not afraid to face its past, to grow a brighter future where every child can look to their leaders and see themselves and know that someday they too can lead. May we all be blessed with the ability to see the humanity in each other. America, let's make history. Amen.
I'm going to go ahead and pass on that prayer.
As we
Good night, Turtle Man.
Thank
you for your support.
We ask that the Creator bestow blessings on Vice President Harris and Governor Walz, and upon the bright future they will bring to the people of America. A future where our nation lives its motto of e pluribus unum, bringing together in civility and dignity the diversity that has built this great nation. E pluribus unum, one nation that embraces us all, every race, creed, or color, regardless of sexual orientation, gender, or gender expression, rich and poor, old and young, urban and rural. A future, oh God,
Negroes, yes,
for every American, where the humanity of all persons will be affirmed and celebrated, where every American has the opportunity and freedom to pursue those inalienable rights of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. A future, oh God, where we live in peace and joy, where we set aside our rancor and division, where we heal our differences and celebrate our common purposes as one nation, one American community, that great city on a hill that serves as a beacon for all the people and all the nations. This is a journey we begin today, and we pray that the Almighty God will guide us on this path today, tomorrow, and for all the generations to come. Amen.
Child, I quit listening to that about 7 minutes ago. Don't pass. No, not one original thought on national behavior. Nope, not at all.
As we close, I want to thank each and every one of you for bringing your energy and your enthusiasm to the convention that will carry us through to victory in November. Look around. You're surrounded by people from every corner of the country who traveled here because they believe in our mission. We know that unity is our strength. We know that the issues we've highlighted this week are not abstract. We know what's at stake, and we bring that with us and this beginning.
Over the next 75 days, we will mobilize like never before to show America what we as Democrats stand for.
We know what y'all stand for. We clear
for our rights, our freedom, and our democracy. Together, we will elect Democrats up and down the ballot. Together, we will win. Win that. As we know, we have to further business to come before the convention. I am now proud to adjourn the 49th Democratic National Convention. Thank you, Chicago.
Okay, so Devno says, how does child deletion fit into religion? It doesn't. Also, the Bible allows for guns, well protection of your family by any means, child. Oh, and Luke 21 says, when a strong man, fully armed, guards his own house, his possessions are safe. Child, because this out of order. Hosted. Crap. Out of order. All right, y'all. And that is a wrap for the 2024 Democratic National Convention. What y'all think? Whitney said the DNC is whacker than crack. Wow. What y'all think? You know what I'm saying? Was it good? You know, did they get their point across? Anything they need to do better? Did you learn anything? Do you know any more than what you did before it started? What you say? Again, pushing me to the right. They say religion is bad, but say bless this and bless that. Who, what God do they serve? Listen, I can't speak for all that Death Note because I don't know. Unbreak my heart, Lord. Oh, Lord, y'all, some holy water in your life. Staying on God with these people. Facts. Democrats losing the election. Okay. Yeah, because I mean, I didn't, everything is, saying about as we, saying, kind of expected about feeling good and that their theme was joy. I mean, well, where do you get to do whatever the hell you want to do? I just ain't known that to go over well anywhere. So, why you would be pushing for that, I don't know, but it is what it is. You never know. You just be able to go cut a fool and it's all right. Then you're saying holler about the Bible every 5 minutes when it's you're saying consequences and repercussions all through the Bible. But you see, you also learn that them gyms are also causing a lot of entertainers to lose my respect and future support. Okay. Say they need to establish their policies. Yeah, I'm gonna need to agree with you on that. I didn't really. Yeah, I didn't really learn any more of what. Hold up, wait a minute, what? Judge Mathis trying to get divorced? Hold on, let me stop scrolling. Hold on, Sam Bowles and Coons within the DNC and Republican Party. Wow. Hold on, let me see any cheerleader news commenting. Yeah, let me see. That's all I was trying to see. Comrade Kamala is funny as hell. Hold on. Ruckus. Let me see. Okay, still talking about the protest. Hold on. Black Star Network. Let's see what Roland and them talking about real quick. About pay for ass.
Foreign affairs, international relations, what we need to do here domestically, all the things I think that resonate with the American public, because we need a serious leader, someone with a track record, someone who knows what they're doing. Right. This is not the time for childish games. And I love how she reminded the American public of what we just went through with Donald Trump. If that don't make you turn out to go and vote for Kamala Harris, I don't know what will.
Yes.
I'm happy. I'm excited. I'm fired up.
See?
Ready to win.
See?
Appreciate it. Thanks a bunch. You have a good one. Hey, how you doing? Again, that was London Breed, the mayor of San Francisco.
No wonder.
Let's see. Go ahead, Rebecca.
You know what's really interesting? You just said that we've never seen this from a woman commander-in-chief. That's because we've never had a woman commander-in-chief.
Right.
We're about to have a woman commander-in-chief.
That's right.
So to see this and to know that we have young children growing up who grew up under a black.
Okay, somebody in the chat saying, what is the black agenda that these so-called black clowns always saying? Explain it and name the presidential candidates that have had one in the past.
Extremely powerful because that's
Blue Jacket for life. I feel you.
And she's qualified, right? I mean, she's that, qualified. But see, that's why I think when she talked about having the conversation with world leaders,
showing,
look, I've been the vice president. I ain't just been sitting there going to funerals and cutting ribbons.
Right. I mean, she's been in this situation.
I'm live, brother. I'm live.
That's exactly right. And she's done some incredible things over her career, and you can't get that lucky without having it together, without having your stuff together. And we know,
which is why she also detailed and laid out the work that she did as California Attorney General.
That's right.
And SDA.
That's right. And so she's been getting the bad guys. She ain't no punk. She's been going after folks, prosecuting the case, talking about things she knows, because us lawyers have to present based on evidence.
Yes, we do.
And so she's been doing that, and so she is primed for this, and she's prepared for it.
She is. So take it easy. Win with Black Women 4 years ago. Y'all started a meeting to get her selected to be Biden's VP nominee. You must feel good 4 years later.
No, I feel great, Brother Roland. I feel great. What does Stephanie say? I feel good. I feel good all over. That's how I feel. I feel really great. It's a good night. It was beautiful. It was historic. And especially 60 years after Fannie Lou Hamer was denied a credential, we sit here and we watch Arena go wild for Vice President Kamala Harris, and to watch her accept this nomination.
So she's not a black woman, so what they got to do
later to the day, that is nothing but the spirit of black women.
She ain't a black woman.
On Sunday?
We meet on Sunday, 8:30. Go register.
No, I'm sorry, I can't do it because she's not a black woman. Yeah, 85 days is what you get. Absolutely. Yep. This is what you're going to get. You got 78 days before the actual election. Yep. let's see what Anton talking about real quick. Hold on.
I thought it was legal to be at your 304. That's what Kevin Gates said. I don't know nothing about what Kevin Gates got going on. Staying with a woman who got to take a deep breath every time another guy go in is diabolical. I don't know nothing about that either. Y'all on your own on that one. All right, I got another question for y'all. Switch it up a little bit. We're gonna jump back and forth real quick. Let's spend 15 minutes on this. Why do women adore Michelle Obama so much? And I'm gonna play this real quick before before we go into it. Let me play this, and then we'll break it down. Give me a second.
That's a horrible face.
An unwavering commitment that has always made
y'all hear
America
that?
great.
Yeah.
Can you hear that?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Now, unfortunately, we know what comes next. We know folks are going to do everything they can to distort her truth.
What is her
My
truth? The
husband
truth
and I
is the
sadly
truth. Our
know a
truth
little
doesn't
something
have
about
versions.
this. For years, Donald Trump did everything in his power to try to make people fear us. See, his limited, narrow view of the world made him feel
Been all over
threatened
this
by the
world.
existence of two hardworking, highly educated, successful people who happen to be Black.
You the only Black one in the relationship, Michelle.
Now you see this woman in the crowd. She's crying. Okay. Let me rewind it so you can see the tears. She's literally crying. My question is, why do women adore Michelle Obama so much? I mean, they love her.
I think they see her as the mama they didn't have.
Michelle Obama?
My mama ain't act like Michelle
intelligent,
Obama.
she's eloquent,
Let's be
she's
real.
well spoken, like all the stuff.
But now
they
that
wish their
part, my mama was well spoken.
It's Michelle Obama.
It was time to speak. They was calling Robin.
Women like men. That's why.
Damn.
Women
Mike.
like what?
He talking about Mikey.
There's people, there's guys in the chat that say, I can't lie, if she ran, I will vote only because she's a sister and she seemed genuine.
I ain't no sister.
What I say? He talking about Mike.
Y'all are
She
mad.
done proven she ain't genuine.
I didn't say that. I knew what Slimmy was talking about.
Who's Mike?
I ain't telling.
Folks,
Y'all are
ass
mad.
That's Mike. That's Mike.
I don't agree with that.
Michael Jackson?
I don't agree with that.
So
no, man. I mean, why would Obama? I ain't gonna go down that.
My take on
I ain't
it.
gonna go down that rabbit hole, but I just know if I'm married to somebody for so many years, I'm not calling them a man's name. I don't care what nobody say. Ain't no way to slip up. Ain't no way in hell you slipping up and you calling your wife Michael. But I digress.
Who did that? Who did
Obama.
that? No, he
Obama.
didn't. No,
Yes, he did.
Yes,
No,
Yes, he did. Yes, he did.
That's where
Yes,
they got
he
it
did.
from.
No, they didn't. No, he didn't.
And now they keep
Yes,
doing it because they already thought he was.
Why do people push stuff as fact when they can't like corroborate their story?
Man,
Who's
you can
saying
look
that
it
they
up and
can't?
watch it. What you talking about? I done seen it several times, bro. That's a man.
But
that's not a woman.
No, it's not. It's not. It's not.
Now that part.
But you can pull up him
everyone
calling
believes,
her.
but
no damn
Obama
Michael.
did call
But
her
the rest of
Michael,
it,
and they
He
ran.
did call her
corroborate.
Michael though, man. Like,
It's not a man. That is a woman.
but he did call her Michael. I
He's done
so
it.
I
He's
just
done
don't
it a couple
What's
understand.
going on
times,
through
and
the
that's why people are
fire?
like, it adds to the credence of people who want to say that she's a man because you keep
Okay,
saying
y'all
it.
getting away from
That's
the
why.
original question, which was why do women adore
Yeah,
Michelle?
ain't never no
That was
pics
the
of her
question.
being pregnant and none of that.
Y'all getting away from all
But
of
Why
it.
y'all gotta do some bullshit crap like this?
It's not bull crap.
Yes,
I'm
it
not doing anything. I'm
is.
explaining to you.
I'm with you,
I'm
Queen.
explaining to
always-
you.
always
She
got
had
to
2
be one.
whole kids through her vagina. She's not a man.
She did not.
We don't know
No,
that.
she did not. She had IVF. This is per her words. She had
So they,
IVF and she had
they didn't
C-section.
come out of her.
We
They
don't
had
know that.
C-section. That's not a vagina.
So they didn't come out of
That's
her.
not a vagina.
They didn't come out of her.
No,
So
you
a man can have a
said that
baby
you
after
had. no.
A man can have a
You
baby.
tried to be correct, and I'm telling
We
you
need
what she
to
said.
see pregnant
No,
pictures of
you
Michelle.
get what I'm saying. A baby
Yeah,
came out of her. Don't play dumb.
we can't corroborate that.
I don't know
She's
that.
not a man.
I don't know that. I don't know nothing. I'm just telling you why.
Child, you trying to
I
pay
don't know nothing.
I can't
Hey,
believe
don't pay
y'all
mine
doing this.
too. Shoot.
Hold on, wait.
No.
Hold
Y'all,
on, wait.
y'all are
I'm just telling
y'all
you
are
the specific.
immature.
Y'all
Y'all
why
are
you gotta beat me
immature.
up? I
Right,
just
because
told
why
you
is he
they
over here
calling
with
him
his chest swollen up
Y'all are
about this?
immature, and y'all are not adults right now.
They did.
That's
Someone
all
in the
I'm
chat said
saying.
those aren't her kids.
Okay,
We said
so
this. I
y'all
was
are
here with chest
immature.
swollen.
Hey,
That
I'm
is
not gonna
what we
get in. I'm
said.
not gonna get into that part.
Y'all are
But it's a
immature.
lot of. Never mind. I ain't gonna get into that.
Y'all are
We
immature.
want to stay on topic.
why
Y'all
is he
are
not
immature.
Why you in your
explaining.
feelings, sir?
Y'all are immature. That's all y'all are.
Oh
This is
man, like
black people. This is black
What she
people
say?
shit
Why?
at its finest. Like
Y'all
Why are there no
y'all
pregnancy
No.
pictures?
You can.
Yeah.
That
Obama
part right
ain't
there.
black.
Judy,
That
hold
part
on.
right
Nigga
there.
You can no longer because of
Obama
Kamala.
ain't black.
Hold on.
He's not.
Because of Kamala, you can no longer say I am black. You will address me as being both. Thank you.
y'all are
ain't
big
black.
children right now.
Kamala ain't black.
You will address me as
That
being
part
both.
right
Those
there. Y'all
Kamala,
have
ain't
got
both of you
completely
niggas.
away
yes.
from
Y'all
what the
are
question was.
immature
So we're gonna
men.
see what else going on. We're gonna
Those
see
ain't
what else
niggas, man.
going on. We're gonna see what else going on. Cause right now, the way my life set up, I'm the way I have watched black men be dismissed and discounted by the Democratic Party for the last week. I cannot stomach a nigga getting up on here making excuses and taking up for them. Right now, where I'm at, my spirit is not allowing for any of that. Not at all. What we got? We got NBC. Let's see what they talking about. I can't. Y'all been discounted and disrespected for the best part of a week. No.
Thank you.
And y'all up on here making excuses. I can't. My spirit can't take it.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you all.
That was super loud. I apologize, y'all.
Thank you all. Okay. We gotta get to some business.
Thank
We
you,
gotta get to some
TJ.
business.
You just say all
Okay.
hail the woman king,
Thank you
Kamala
all.
Harris, aka
Okay.
Roar for a vote.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Vice
Thank you.
President.
Thank you.
Damn.
Thank you. Thank you.
Listen.
Please. Thank you. Please. Thank you so
Again,
very much.
y'all out here
Thank
sanctioning
you,
this
everyone.
nonsense.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you. Okay, let's get to business. Let's get to business. All right.
Okay, but somebody in the chat talking about they believe
me start
in freedom and
by
democracy.
thanking my
Well, none of
most
this is
incredible
freedom and
husband,
democracy.
Doug, for being an incredible partner to me, an incredible father to Cole and Ella.
But them
And
not your
happy
kids. So
anniversary,
whether he's a good
Dougie.
father to them or not ain't got nothing to do with you. Where the
you
first
so
wife
very
there? I want to talk to her. She needs to come up
To
on here
our
so we can talk.
President Joe Biden. When I think about the path that we have traveled together, Joe, I am filled with gratitude. Your record is
You said it was not
extraordinary,
enough.
as history will show, and your character is inspiring. And Doug and I love
Damn,
you
all
and
profits
Jill, and
except
are
for
forever
homeless and
thankful to
medical.
you
What
both.
the hell? This person, that is crazy.
And to Coach Tim Walz, you are going to be an incredible vice
Said
president.
ban immigrant money.
And to the delegates and everyone who has put your faith in our campaign, your support is humbling. So,
Okay.
America,
So we need.
the path that led me here in recent weeks was no doubt unexpected.
Hang on. Okay, Draco, what you say? We need an interview with the first wife and nanny. No, reports are that the nanny did not have the baby, but then there were some other reports that she already had a kid because the ages don't match up from when she, you know what I'm saying, was pregnant by Doug. So far as we can tell, she did not have that baby. Yeah, I want to know where the wife at. But again, wifey, you got to own some of this yourself, because again, if you had been up in the house with your kids, you wouldn't have had a nanny for him to knock up in the first place. But see, don't nobody want to get into that. I'm just saying, you were somewhere on the Kamala tip half-assing and had that woman up in the house doing what you were supposed to be doing. And he was like, I mean, hell, I'm cutting checks. I might as well see what that coochie do. And there you go. It'd be that simple. What you say, Daddy? If my right was the... Shut up, bitch. Listen. Yeah. Oh, like I said, best we can tell is, you know what I'm saying, she went to the clinic. So I mean, the baby's somewhere in the landfill or in the ocean. Y'all know they don't have disposed, you know what I'm saying, of what be remaining of them poor children after they get what they need, after they sell off what they can. So we don't know. But yeah, I want to talk to the wife. I want to talk to her because I got questions. But the way I flow, questions ain't gonna be popular. But and then I got some questions for Kamala. Like, why you didn't have no kids? I mean, you could have. I mean, Willie was married. Why you couldn't have a man on the side? Since you was the side chick, Willie was supposed to be the side dick. Like, what is happening? Folks don't know how to. Okay, folks don't know how to operate no more. I'm just saying, why would you make somebody you can't have your main man? I be having questions. I'm gonna say that, but I don't want to sit here and watch her all over again because I got on my nerves first time. Let me see what else we got. I'm not a fan. Oh man, bye Jen. Do. Hold on.
And every day,
y'all just want to keep making us watch this. I don't really want to see this no more.
For a judge, and I said 5 words.
Wait, here goes somebody in the chat says she has not said she's gonna do one thing.
And to be clear,
no matter how stupid or incapable you feel, just remember there are those out there that actually buy into the Democrats' bullshit.
The people. And so, on behalf of the people, on behalf of every American, regardless of party, race, gender, or the language your grandmother speaks, on behalf of my mother and everyone who has ever set out on their own
keep his skirt down, North Carolina.
journey,
What?
on behalf of Americans like the people I grew up with, people who work hard, chase their dreams.
These comments are full.
For one another, on behalf of everyone whose story could only be written in the greatest nation on earth, I accept your nomination to be President of the United States of America. And with this election, and with this election.
What you say, Danny? He did. But it wasn't, all of this was before he married her. All of this was before he married her. So he really have nothing to do with her. Yeah, what I want to get into is girl, you got your own family. And when I say that, you got a sister, you got a brother-in-law, you got nieces, you got nephews, you got cousins. Why, when it was time for the family to get up and speak, it was all his people doing all the damn talking? Her nephew said five words yesterday. You let all his folk get up and talk, but then your sister's son only got 5 words. What's that about? So we just gonna keep the theme of disrespecting black men. Like we just was gonna have that. Not even for your minor nephew. Cause he looked like he might be 13, 14, somewhere in there. Like y'all couldn't muster up 5 minutes of respect for him. It's pitiful. What you say, Danny? Oh, he said, yeah. Actually, she was a tutor. She taught at the school, but then you know what I'm saying, she was, you know what I'm saying, the part-time nanny for them as well. But again, if wifey had been on her job, she wouldn't have had no need for all of that. Because I mean, again, they had to have had, you know what I'm saying, wifey had to have been gone a lot for them to be laying up. I'm just saying. Like y'all women, y'all don't be wanting to take no responsibility for the part you play and how stuff be going wrong. Cause I'm trying. That woman had a lot of free time up in her house to be taking care of the kids and doing all what she was supposed to do and lay up and screw your husband. If you do it right, that take a little time. That's all I'm saying. If you do it right, it take a little time. That's that foolishness. But you know what I'm saying, when the story come out, it's all she was the victim. Nah, let's dive deep. Let's dive. Exactly, Danny. Exactly. They got to dive deep. Yeah, no. When you talking about you running recaps of the speech, no, I don't have it. Let's see what else we got. Ooh. Beans on. I need to see what Beans talk about. Got nothing to do with this though. Child, yeah, they was protesting. I showed that at the very beginning. Child, protest was in full effect. Old girl had them crunk. I ain't gonna lie. She had them crunk. Drop it like a hot. I think. Let's see what Tim Black talking about real quick. Thank God it's over.
That much. Unless something catastrophic.
Fair use.
In which everyone is. And the reason why I won't be reporting on them is because most of my people don't care. Yeah, I want people to realize that when I put out content on certain topics, YouTube tells me if those topics are resonating with my public or with my viewers. And my viewers do not give a damn about Tim Walz. My subscribers don't watch those videos. So based on that, covering him is kind of a non-point. Like, I will not make a separate clip about this.
He right though, and I have to say this, you know what I'm saying, as a whole for this whole DNC. Now, for those of y'all who've been riding with me, y'all know I streamed the entire RNC. When I tell you I averaged 12,000 views a night on that RNC, I've only cracked 1,000 with this DNC one time. People weren't watching this. Be real honest. Even when I was pulling up, you know what I'm saying, the ratings, you know what I'm saying, from you know what I'm saying, the CNN and you know what I'm saying, the Post, because they streamed it, and you know, AP and NBC and all of them. No. Like, most networks actually didn't start showing the coverage until about 9:30, 10 o'clock. I know NBC started showing it at 10. They actually started at yesterday. So yesterday and today they started, you know what I'm saying, broadcasting it to the nation around 10 o'clock. Like, no, folks wasn't watching this. Be honest. For all of this support and all of this love and all of this what's supposed to be going on, it was, what nobody watching this. And then I've looked at, you know what I'm saying, other content, you know what I'm saying, creators who, you know, have been covering this as well. And yeah, we all kind of around about the same. It really is not no, you know what I'm saying, huge numbers as far as, you know what I'm saying, folks watching. And like, you hear it right here from Tim, but they don't care. What you say, Draco? I mean, women let men get out here so they can kick them and get their marriage assets. So there'd be some script. Listen, I'm confused. I'm just confused because again, we supposed to be so advanced and all of this, you know what I'm saying, growth and understanding that's going on, but folks are still out here making the same raggedy mistakes. These same y'all out here at 40 making these same raggedy 15 mistakes that you was making when you was 15. Like, no. No. But I mean, this whole I'm still upset about the black men. You know what I'm saying? Oh, I mean, I understand, this is something y'all go through on the daily. But I mean, this is on a world stage. It went on all week long. Nobody got up and talked about, you know what I'm saying, how they grew up with their parents. It was everybody had the same struggle ass single mama story. Even Kamala finally mentioned, you know what I'm saying, her daddy. So now we know what happened to them. Hell, they broke up. I don't know about nobody else, but hell, I mean, I knew they wasn't, you know what I'm saying, together, present day, but I mean, I didn't know they broke up when she was, you know what I'm saying, in elementary school. I'm just saying, because everybody, my mama. Everything was my mama and damn Rainbow and non-Americans. I mean, black men were not, your story was not represented at all. And then, you know what I'm saying, they handpicked ones to come up there and sambo. Wes, I'm disappointed. And when I get to Maryland and I see you, I'm going to let you know. I'm disappointed. I'm just going to be real. Whoever that dude was today with the sons, I don't think the sons is listening to him because they look like they didn't want to be bothered with any of that. She didn't say anything about Canada. She didn't, Draco. Not at all. Not one word. And then, how the remaining, you know what I'm saying, members of the Central Park 5 allowed themselves to be used. It's pitiful. They ain't had no use for y'all since. Hold on. Thank you, Alexa. So, right. What about Canada? She ain't mentioned none of it. So the Central Park 5, like I said, they came and paraded them out and used them. Shit, they've been out of prison since 2002. So you've been out 22 years. You ain't been showing up at the convention. But because they want to talk about and bash Trump, here y'all come. Stop being willing participants in foolishness. Then the one who did all of them talking was the one who didn't need to say shit. If y'all was back there trying to decide who was gonna speak, y'all should just push him to the side automatically based on what on his attire. Like, come on. Well, Draco, she said she was in the Bay. So, listen. Ain't no telling. I'm just saying, if you can't tie down like a story, listen, it's the problem. You can tie down my story. I ain't got that many addresses. But yeah, it's the whole, we're gonna build up the middle class when the vast majority of the people you need to vote for you ain't middle class and ain't nowhere close to being middle class. So why are you trying to sell them this dream? This ain't got nothing to do with them. And then you got multi-millionaires telling you it's all right for you to be where you at. And you trying to figure out since you spent all you spent your bag getting to Chicago to sit up and hear this foolishness. Now you got to go home and figure out who won't get paid. Let's quit playing. What'd you say, Death Note? The entire nation was against Central Park 5 and it took decades for it to come out as a lie. I'm just saying. Now, again, we all know you're saying about Trump and the newspaper ad and all of that. Now, that was effed up. He was rolling with the information he had at the time. That was y'all ain't gonna like this, but it's the truth. It was a business move for him. That was some you know what I'm saying, an opportunity, you know what I'm saying, for some what he would consider positive PR. He has, you know what I'm saying, come out and express, you know what I'm saying, regret for that. But again, he was moving with the information he had at the time. And again, for y'all to be so outraged and all of that, they've been out 22 years. Now y'all want to put him in front of the camera, and then they get out here and act like Trump was the one that prosecuted him. Trump wasn't the prosecutor for the state of New York. Let's talk about them. They the ones locked you up. Why you worry about Trump and the damn newspaper ad? He wasn't judged. He wasn't on the jury. So why y'all worrying about that? I'm just saying, like, use some brain cells. Don't nobody want to use no. We don't want to use no brain cells. Stop allowing yourself. Like, black men, I really be out here trying to help y'all, but like, damn it, y'all got to help me out, because some you just got to turn the lights out on their ass. This ain't your time. Right. Convenient idiots lead with their emotions. Right. Like, that was not the time. And they should have been offended when whoever from the Democratic Party reached out to them for that foolishness. The appropriate response was, you're saying, that's a period in my life I do not wish to relive in front of millions of people. We done that enough. I'm trying to move on. Like, let's be for real. But nah, since the whole thing, you know what I'm saying, was built off of, you know what I'm saying, emotion, and we gonna bash Trump because it's gonna make us feel good for 10 or 15 minutes. They went along with it. What you say, Death Note? I'm sure he got some bread, but it wasn't no life-changing money. Damn, it was damn pittance. I guarantee you. I guarantee y'all, out of everybody who participated in that, Bill Clinton got the biggest check. I guarantee you. And he backdoor told y'all he wasn't feeling it. Go back and watch. He backdoor told y'all he wasn't feeling none of that. If you was listening and paying attention to what he was saying. But y'all going right on. Of course Michelle did. She probably got the second biggest check. She probably got the second biggest check. But you know, anytime, you know what I'm saying, it's some saving that need to be going on and cleaning up the face of the Democratic Party or making sure something get done, you know what I'm saying, and try to help their position, they got to call Bill. They've been calling Bill since he left office. Maybe we got some potential scandal going on. Come help us out. We need to raise some money. Come help us out. Or we got some hostages that took their ass over to some country and ran off at the mouth and got locked up. Can you help us go get them out? Bill always come back with the people. Bill ain't left here yet to go get somebody and come back on that plane by himself. He got the biggest check. Trust. Who got the biggest check? And he is not feeling what's going on. I'm telling you, if you need, go back and watch it. Bill is not a fan. Not at all. All right, y'all. We're gonna go ahead and wrap this up. I got a doctor's appointment in the morning. And again, I'm feeling some type of way about the black men. And I'm sure my father gonna be calling me in a few minutes when this go off to discuss this foolishness and what we call fuckery around here. And I gotta call the hospital and check on my granddad. Before I go to bed. So again, everyone, I do appreciate each and every one of you guys coming through to keep me company with watching this 2024 Democratic National Convention. We have seen Kamala Harris officially accept a nomination she didn't really have to do anything to get from the Democratic Party, since they pushed our current president, who said, "Fuck y'all, I'ma speak and I'm out," because Joe done dipped. And all the other nonsense and drivel, because that's what that was, drivel. I will be back tomorrow for our normally scheduled program, Foolishness and Fuckery Friday. I think after brothers, black men, after what y'all been through this week with this convention, I think we need to laugh. So Foolishness and Fuckery Friday will have a comedic twist to it. So definitely make sure you have your notifications on and be prepared to enjoy yourself tomorrow evening. I do want to thank Eric Turtleman, Culture Invasion, and Through the Fire Podcast for your support this evening. I truly appreciate it. Love y'all to pieces. Definitely, if you have not, make sure you like the video. Share it to your friends, your family. Tell everybody you know, your mama, your sister, all of them. Tell them, you know what I'm saying, they'll get over being pissed off. It'll be all right. Good night, Draco. See you tomorrow. Definitely make sure you come back. Also, I do owe you guys Donald Trump at the border. We're gonna get to it. Don't worry. He's supposed to be in Vegas. I think he's supposed to be in Vegas tomorrow. We're gonna get to that as well. But I will definitely see y'all tomorrow. Y'all make sure y'all stay safe, get some rest, and be ready to laugh tomorrow. Bye.